Audio is hovering at minus 12 decibels. We're go.
Everybody wants to work in the White House. They all want a piece of that Oval Office. They want a piece of the West Wing.
Run away! Run away! Run away!
And they love this White House because we have energy like rarely before.
Run away! Run away! Run away!
Get the hell out of there!
Because without this thinking, you would see numbers that you wouldn't believe in reverse.
Welcome to the Young Turks. Cenk Uygur, Kasparyan with you guys. So big day of news. We obviously have the potential impending war with Iran. We will talk about that in the first hour, and then we've got a lot of campaign news for you guys, including how the candidates responded to Iran and that news. But also, very importantly, Bernie Sanders goes after Joe Biden, to which I say, oh, finally, thanks God, as our parents would say.
It was, that whole interview was a snack.
Yeah.
Like I loved every part of it. It was a strong interview. I haven't seen an interview that strong, you better believe it. The strongest interview you've ever seen.
Surrounded by other interviews from the standpoint of an interview. All right, let's get started.
All right. Trump's national security advisor, Robert O'Brien, is defending so-called intel indicating that Qasem Soleimani was serving as an imminent threat to the United States, which essentially makes an excuse for Donald Trump's order of an assassination on Soleimani. Now, I want to be clear that the intelligence agencies have not provided any intel, at least publicly, and the Trump administration has not provided any specifics publicly. However, they're still pushing this narrative about how they have the intel and how they're going to share the details of that intel with Congress tomorrow on Wednesday, almost a week after this assassination took place. I would argue that if they had that intel to begin with, they would show it immediately to members of Congress to justify what is now, in my opinion, a war crime, but we'll get to that in a minute. First, let's go to Donald Trump arguing that he knew all about Soleimani's actions, when in reality, he didn't even know who Soleimani was. Take a look.
What can you tell us about what you knew prior to ordering the attack?
Well, number one, I knew the past. His past was horrible. He was a terrorist. He was so designated by President Obama, as you know. And he wasn't even supposed to be outside of his own country. He was, so right there. But that's, in a way, the least of it. We had an attack very recently that he was in charge of where we had people horribly wounded, one dead. In fact, the number now, as of this morning, I believe is 2 dead. And that was his. He was traveling with the head of Hezbollah. They weren't there to discuss a vacation. They weren't there to go to a nice resort someplace in Baghdad. They were there to discuss bad business. And we saved a lot of lives by terminating his life. A lot of lives have saved. They were planning something, and You're going to be hearing about it, or at least various people in Congress are going to be hearing about it tomorrow. Our Secretary of State covered it very well a little while ago. I saw his news conference, Mike. And if you want to mention a couple of things in addition to what I've just said, but we had tremendous information. We've been following him for a long time, and we followed his path for those 3 days, and they were not good stops. We didn't like where he was stopping. They were not good stops. We saved a lot of lives.
Okay, so we have an imbecile for president, you know this, but so.
He said nothing there, let's just be clear.
No, Anna, he clarified by saying he was up to bad business and by going to not good stops. Third grader is president, and again, it's insulting third graders. So last week we showed you clips of Donald Trump being asked during the election season who Qasem Soleimani was, and he said, "Oh, sure, I know who he is." And
yes.
And then they mentioned the Quds Force, and he's like, "Oh, the Kurds are good guys." And Hugh Hewitt was like, "No, the Quds Force from Iran." He's like, "It's a gotcha question. It's not fair." Well, I thought you said you knew who he was. So now here he is, a couple of years later, claiming he knows Soleimani really, really well. That's why he did this. And what do you know about him? He's making not good stops.
Yeah, that means
we're going to give you
nothing.
That means absolutely nothing, of course, except that he wanted to show that he was a tough guy by killing an Iranian general. So we're going to get to a quote that will definitively tell you that they knew nothing in a second, okay?
Yeah.
But I want to mention one other thing that he talked about there. He said he's a terrorist. This is a blanket statement that we make of everyone, and that's our enemy, and so it justifies all of our actions and all assassinations and all war crimes because we arbitrarily call them terrorists. Now, did Soleimani's actions lead to other people's deaths? Yes. Is he also the top general of Iran? Yes. So do the actions of some of our generals lead to deaths? Yes. Okay, are they terrorists? No. So now, even if you say, well, yeah, I know, but I don't like Iran, so I'd like to just call them terrorists. Remember, okay, that's fine, you could feel good about that, but remember it has ramifications.
Right.
Because they then call us terrorists and our generals and our diplomats terrorists, and they say, okay, well, if you have a right to murder our generals, we have a right to murder your generals and your other officials. And by the way, today, Iran at least actually was slightly more measured than Trump and said what America did was state terrorism. It's also a little bit more correct. And so Iran has done state terrorism, arguably, and now we have apparently done state terrorism. And so now we're all gonna murder one another, and that's how war starts.
Look, it's really important for people to understand, this isn't a debate to adjudicate whether or not Soleimani was a bad person, right? No, this is about burden of proof, right? Think of it as like a murder trial because something as heavy as war deserves a high burden of proof, right? So in this case, in order to unilaterally, without congressional authorization, do a drone strike that assassinates a top general in a sovereign country, you need to provide evidence, irrefutable evidence that that individual served as an imminent threat. What does an imminent threat mean? It means that he was about to carry out an attack that was going to kill members of our military, US personnel, what have you. They have failed to provide that. Again, this is not a debate about whether or not Soleimani is a bad guy. There are many bad guys around the world that the United States is in bed with. Trump is specifically in bed with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, who ordered the murder of a US journalist and US resident Jamal Khashoggi.
Hey guys, can we just at least all agree that obviously Mohammed bin Salman is a terrorist by this standard? He chopped up a journalist, literally dismembered him. It doesn't get any more terrorist than that. So are we allowed to murder Mohammed bin Salman? Do we have an obligation to murder Mohammed bin Salman? Because this is not my philosophy, this is Donald Trump's philosophy. Now, do you have any idea what would happen if we not randomly, but because of that, assassinated Mohammed bin Salman? A lot of terrible consequences would come from that. I can't stand the Saudi government, but I wouldn't want to assassinate Salman. I'd want to do it through legal processes and bring him to justice for the murder of Khashoggi. But we don't just drop bombs on people because we felt like it or it was in our political best interests.
Because that escalates war, and that actually threatens the lives of more members of our military and US personnel abroad. That's why you have to think about strategy, not whether or not you emotionally find someone appealing enough to not attack them. So look, I have to make one quick clarification as well. In the beginning of the clip that we showed you, Trump said something about how Soleimani was designated by Obama. He wasn't designated by Obama. In fact, since we're talking about Saudi Arabia, Obama in 2011 sanctioned Soleimani specifically because he was targeting our ally, Saudi Arabia. So it's not as if the Obama administration was like buddy-buddy with Soleimani. That is not the case at all. In fact, Obama in 2011, again, sanctioned him. Now with that said, let's go to the National Security Advisor to Donald Trump, Robert O'Brien. He's gonna explain, again, very vaguely, that there is intel that pushed them to do this. Take a look.
The intel that we had, the information we had, which we believe was very strong, showed that Soleimani and those he was plotting with were looking to kill American diplomats and soldiers in significant numbers in the coming days. And that's why the president authorized the successful operation that was undertaken by the US military.
So it's important for you to understand that everything that's coming out of these Trump administration officials is a flat out lie. They're being vague on purpose because they don't have the intel to prove that Soleimani was an imminent threat. In fact, if you don't believe me because you just think, oh, well, she's a progressive and she doesn't want this war, first of all, you're right about that. But let's hear from General Mark Milley, I apologize. General Mark Milley, who's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I'm gonna read you his quote. He said, I will be happy when the appropriate time comes and in front of the proper committees and anybody else through history and I will stand by the intelligence I saw that it was compelling, it was imminent, it was very, very, very clear in scale, scope. Okay, fine.
No, that sounds pretty definitive, Anna.
That sounds definitive, right? And then I'm not joking, immediately follows that quote with this. Did it exactly say who, what, when, where? No. But he was planning, coordinating, and synchronizing significant combat operations against US military forces in the region, and it was imminent, he said, adding that, quote, we would have been culpably negligent to the American people had we not made the decision we made.
No, it's over, it's over. Did it say when, who, where? No. In other words, you didn't have anything. Okay, you didn't have anything. It's a lie, it's a lie. Did we know who they were gonna kill? No. Wait a minute, you didn't know who they were gonna kill. Then how did you know they were gonna kill anybody? Did we know when or where? No. So then what the hell did you know? You didn't know anything. Everything else is a lie. That's the Joint Chiefs right there, admitting on the record, we didn't know who the hell he was gonna target or if he was gonna target anyone. We just made it up. We just made it up. Why? Donald Trump thought, okay, well, I mean, I have to show that when the embassy is, attacked, it's not going to be a Benghazi. I guarantee you that is the #1 reason. Yeah, distract from impeachment. Yes, want to prove a tough guy, etc. It was the Benghazi thing that I think motivated him the most. Like, I'm going to show that I'm tougher than Obama. I'm going to outdo Obama for once. No, guys, it's over. It's over. The head of the Joint Chiefs said, we had no effing idea. You just saw the quote.
All right, so I want to move on to a different angle in this story. I'm gonna actually reset for Zarif's response to this, because it's actually pretty fascinating how measured he was in his interview, considering what the United States has done. So, Iran's foreign minister Javad Zarif granted CNN an interview following Trump's decision to assassinate Iran's top military commander. And what was interesting about this interview was how Zarif had urged Iran to be measured in its retaliation against the United States. In fact, he used the word proportionate. So let's take a quick look at what he had to say.
They killed one of our most revered commanders and most senior commanders, and they took responsibility for it. This is state terrorism. This is an act of aggression against Iran, and it amounts to an armed attack against Iran, and we will respond. But we will respond proportionately, not disproportionately, because we are committed to law. We are law-abiding people. We're not lawless like President Trump.
So one other thing to note is that the Iranian government is also urging that its military stay away from American journalists, tourists, American people in general who are not anything other than civilians, right? So they're not planning on targeting Americans, but they want proportionate retaliation for what Donald Trump did. Look, this is gonna, if they do that, unfortunately, it will further escalate this situation, I think, to a full-blown war, because Trump isn't gonna respond proportionately. Trump isn't gonna sit back. In fact, he's threatened to bomb their cultural sites. He walked that statement back a little bit today, but he's a wild card. You don't know what he's gonna do, and he's incredibly unpredictable.
In fact, he said he would do disproportionate response. Because why not violate several international laws while we can? Why don't we want him to violate international law? Just because we think it's the right thing to do? Yes, it is the right thing to do, but mainly because then we can enforce that law on other nations. If we ourselves violate international law, when the Taliban blows up cultural sites, we have no leg to stand on. If Iran now attacks and kills our troops, they get to say, well, you did it first. And so now what is Donald Trump saying in response? Oh, I'm gonna send you 3,000 more troops to be sitting ducks. What are they doing there? What are they gonna do, invade Iran? No, they're not gonna do that, right? This 3,000 is not enough. So what are they gonna protect Iraq? Iraq wants us to leave because we also murdered military leaders connected to Iraq. And we also murdered civilians in Iraq. So they want us to leave. So what are we sending 3,000 troops for? I'll tell you what we're sending them for: to be sitting ducks, to get killed, so Donald Trump can feel like a tough guy and respond through war.
And the fact of the matter is, we're inching closer and closer to war, which means that US personnel in the Middle East is less safe. Israel is preparing in case Iran attacks them as a proxy, right?
I don't know if you saw this, Anna. You know what Netanyahu said now? He turned around and said, oh, look, man, this war's got nothing to do with us. This is America's war, not our war.
It's amazing.
After you pushed us to do this for year after year after year, now he has the nerve to turn around and say, oh, you should attack America, not us. We don't have anything to do with it.
No, look, honestly, none of that surprises me. And look, the Israeli government is one thing, but what everyone should be concerned about is the people of Israel. They are put in harm's way as a result of our actions. US personnel and military abroad, they're put in harm's way as a result of what Donald Trump did. There was no thought of strategy, no thought of repercussions. And what I also found interesting about Zarif's interview with CNN is he asked a question that I think all Americans who are considering supporting this war should ask themselves. Take a look.
You have said that Iran will retaliate for the targeted killing of General Qasem Soleimani. President Trump has said there would be a disproportionate response if you do that. What do you make of President Trump's threats?
His threats will not frighten us. But what he's showing something, he's showing to the international community that he has no respect for international law, that he is prepared to commit war crimes because attacking cultural sites is a war crime. In this disproportionate response is a war crime. But he doesn't care, it seems, about international law. But has he made US more secure? Do Americans feel more secure? Are Americans welcome today in this region? Do they feel welcome?
So look, I'm sure there are people in the right wing who will have a very different response or answer from the response and answer that someone like I would have, right? And my answer is no, I of course don't feel more safe. In fact, I don't feel safe for the people who are serving in our military and they're, as you mentioned, Cenk, earlier, sitting ducks in the Middle East right now. This is, you don't provoke war and feel safer as a result of that.
Iran says we're not gonna kill US civilians. We'll only target proportionally the military as they targeted our military. Trump goes, oh great, then I'll serve up 3,000 people for you to kill. Why? What are they doing there? What are the 3,000 troops going to do when Iraq doesn't want us and Iran says, the only reason you bring them here is for me to attack them? So they're not gonna invade Iran. Okay, look, let me give you the Netanyahu quote, because even Netanyahu knows it has made us less safe. It has made Israel less safe. He agitated for that war 1,000 times. And then now apparently he's telling his own ministers, quote, the killing of Soleimani is a US event, not an Israeli event, and we should stay out of it. Saying we shouldn't, quote, get dragged into it. You're the one who insisted that we attack Iran, attack Iran. And it's not just him, it's also the neoconservative right wing here in America. The John Boltons of the world, the Dick Cheneys of the world, all of these people who said, oh, you gotta attack Iran. Now, as soon as Trump does it, they're like, idiot, hey, I don't want anything to do with it. This thing's really, really unsafe. Well, that's what we were saying ahead of time. And now after the hostilities begin, all of a sudden, Netanyahu says, oh, I don't want to get dragged into it. It's the Americans. Good. I mean, look at the nerve of the guy to basically say, go attack the Americans, not us. So there is no one safer now. The idea that Pompeo's of the world and Trump is saying that now people are safe. Does anyone in their rational minds believe that? Even Netanyahu in his irrational mind doesn't believe that. No one believes it. We have made the world far less safe by doing this killing.
We got to take a break. When we come back, luckily there are some people on the right who are skeptical about this war and they are calling Donald Trump out publicly. You'll be surprised at one of these individuals when we return.
Damn it, they failed us. And if you're not angry about that, Michael, and any of you out there, then you're damn wrong, because you should be angry. Young Turks.
It was genuine. He was mad.
Cenk Uygur, known online as one of the Young Turks, isn't afraid to throw some punches.
3, 2, 1, fade up.
Cenk the Turk Uygur.
What kind of TV station is this? The whole point is for me to yell and scream and tell you what I think.
It was right out of like Wayne's World.
This guy on this little rinky-dink website is speaking truth to power.
We've been averaging 600,000 views a day, beating most of the cable shows in America.
We're the largest online news show in the world.
We're celebrating our 1 billionth view.
Television, we're coming.
More politics ahead with Cenk Uygur.
He knew that the MSNBC opportunity was an experiment.
If fill-in hosts beat CNN and headline news combined, at some point, they want to give me a show.
Every single year, that comes out of our paycheck. We put it in, and you're saying we were suckers.
When you, as a host, tells someone you're interviewing to shut up, that's going to raise a red flag.
That guy needed a tall glass of shut-up juice.
If President Obama's doing the wrong thing, I'm not going to tell you that he's doing the right thing so I can, quote, support him.
He says to me, you won't believe the meeting that I just had.
The head of MSNBC talked to me.
They want him off the air.
Cenk took an incredible risk.
We're supposed to challenge the government. That's the role of the media. The Democrats and the Republicans are here to screw you. And who on the air is saying it?
I wouldn't have done what he did.
That if I'm going to be a talk show host, I should be the biggest talk show host in the country. I don't think anyone else does it better. I don't think anyone's even close.
Before you know it, I'll be back on your TV doing a national show. I guarantee it.
Cenk Uygur Kasparian with you guys, ready for a rock and roll show?
We've never played instruments before, but we're gonna try for the first time right now.
My God, if Jesus came back, how much would the Republicans hate him? Jesus would come back and be like, no, I'm done with all the banks. And he said, now you have to give away all of your possessions to the poor. Steve King would be like, oh, Weezy, they're coming to get me. It's not about fighting amongst each other. It's about making sure we correct the political system so our government works for us and our representatives actually represent us. And unfortunately, not a lot of the rest of the media even understands that concept, but we do here.
Can't be pro-life and pro the death penalty.
They're afraid to do it because they're stuck in this, this lie. The Republicans are great with money and the economy, and then they don't spend all your money and take it from you. It's exactly what they do. Just say it.
Okay, we're about to have some fun on the show. Strap on. That's not a thing. She's gonna fall one of these days. One of these days she's gonna fall.
Okay. All right, we gotta do the story. This country is not run by the people for the people. It's run by corporations, it's run by weapons manufacturers, it's run by private military contractors.
We've been telling you that people care about policy, and people on TV, they're like, no, everybody just cares about gloss and shine and whether you're rolling up your sleeves well. But what's more impressive is policy, and that you should make equal note of that, and you most certainly have not. right, back on the Young Turks. Let's go to our members' comments first. Silent Approval says, Anna, you can't just fabricate evidence overnight. It takes about a week. That's why they're probably taking a week to tell us what the evidence is that they don't know.
It's not even to tell us, it's to tell the Gang of Eight.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, you're supposed to talk to Congress about these things, but no, Trump's just unilaterally making these types of decisions.
Theater Goddess says, I wore my first TYT shirt that I got during the 25% off shirt, and it's now one of my favorites. It's super soft and fits like a dream, even though I usually wear a bigger size than was available. What did I tell you guys, okay? I told you those are the best shirts on earth, okay? ShopTYT.com. Thank you, Theater Goddess. On Twitter, Adam Johnson says, nobody knows more about bad business than Trump, believe me. And Storm and Norman makes the same point that Edwin, our stage manager, did during the break. They found intel about Iran in the north, south, east, west, and around the region. That's pretty specific. So old Don Rumsfeld quote about where the WMD was. Okay, so there they are again. Now YouTube super chat. Matthew Hahn says, how do I become a YouTube member so I can watch full shows that way? The app closes out for me when I try to watch live that way. Probably my internet. Yes, the app works fine. It probably is your internet, but you could download it if you're a member. So look, on YouTube, it's the join button underneath the video. And there's 3 layers. The top layer, $9.99, gets you all of our content. But you could also do it through our website, and you'll definitely have access to all of our content for sure. TYT.com/join. But we love the YouTube membership as well. French Fry says, this is why Pelosi should have moved faster with impeachment. Trump is out of control. He needs to be given boundaries. And finally, Janine Mary, also on YouTube Super Chat, says, thanks for your clear reporting. Well, thank you for using YouTube Super Chat and becoming YouTube members and members on our website. Otherwise, we very much literally cannot do this show. All right, Anna, what's next?
All right. While the majority of the right wing seems to defend Donald Trump's decision to assassinate Iran's top military general, there are some people in right-wing media and even in government who are calling him out and disagreeing with him in a very public way. Now, we're gonna get to Tucker Carlson in just a minute, but before we do, I actually wanna go to an elected official, Rand Paul. Take a look.
This is sad. I mean, the death of Soleimani, I think, is the death of diplomacy with Iran. I don't see an off-ramp. I don't see a way out of this.
So did the president make a major mistake?
I think that he got bad advice. I think that basically, even though he let John Bolton go, this is John Bolton. John Bolton's clapping and jumping up and down and rubbing his hands together. Really, is part of this whole recipe. The administration, mainly at John Bolton's behest, tore up the Iran agreement, placed a significant and severe embargo on Iran, and then killed one of their major generals. Nobody in their right mind would actually think that that would lead to negotiation. So when Secretary of State Pompeo is out there saying, well, maximum pressure, our goal is to get them back to the negotiating table. No naive child would believe that. You would have to be brain dead to believe that we tear up the agreement, we put an embargo on you, and we kill your major general, and they're just going to crawl back to the table and say, what do you want, America? I mean, military escalation is really what you would predict with this.
All right, well, look, that was incredibly strong. He said you'd have to be brain dead to think that. And he said that right after he clarified that Pompeo did say that. So he's calling Pompeo brain dead. He's also calling Trump brain dead.
Which is, I mean,
which is obviously true, but that's a Republican senator saying that. And so, and he's right. And that's why it's like when Republicans actually say something that's true, which is such a rare exception, it really is like a clarion call, because the Democrats are usually so weak. They've been okay actually, on this, actually, surprisingly okay. But Republicans usually say it clearer. So I mean, you never catch Democrats calling Trump brain dead. But there's a Republican. He's a Republican, so he's like, look, man, if you break the agreement and you do embargo and sanction and you murder their general, of course they're not going to come to the negotiating table. They're going to do the opposite.
Right.
Everybody knows that. So what he's saying is Pompeo and Trump are liars, and what they want is war. And he conveniently threw in Bolton a bunch of times there. It's true, Bolton does want war, but Bolton's out of the government. Bolton didn't do this, Trump did this.
Trump did this, but look, I actually think that Trump, his motivations are a little different from the war hawks, right? Because what Trump wants is to one-up Obama. That's the reason why he pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal, because in his ridiculous, like narcissistic head, he thinks, oh, I can get a better deal, I can get a better deal. That's why he pulled out. And then, because he's an idiot, the situation with Iran escalates to the point where you have this situation at the embassy with protesters showing up, lighting certain portions of the embassy on fire, which is serious. And Trump doesn't want to be seen as someone who's weak, like how he says Obama was during Benghazi. And that was his motivation to react in the way he did against Soleimani. But look, the problem with Trump is that he doesn't know anything. Right? Like he doesn't know anything in business, and he certainly doesn't know anything when it comes to foreign policy. He shoots from the hip. He's a guy who just bases everything on how he's feeling on that given moment or in that given moment. And he doesn't think about the consequences or repercussions. But with that said, look, I love everything that, I can't even believe I'm saying that, but everything that Rand Paul said there was right. Tucker Carlson is also about to make some pretty strong arguments from a kind of different perspective, but I want to see what you have to say about it. Take a look.
What's so striking is how many people appear to accept this uncritically. Just the other day, you remember, our intel agencies were considered politically tainted and suspect. Certainly on this show they were, and will be for quite some time. Keep in mind, these are the people who invented excuses to spy on the Trump campaign purely because they didn't like Donald Trump's foreign policy views. And they're the ones who pretended he was a Russian agent in order to keep him from governing. Remember that? Russiagate? Our friends in the intel community did that. And by the way, these are the same people who lied about Iraq's weapons of mass destruction way back in 2002. And by doing that, got us into an utterly pointless war that dramatically weakened our country. The people pushing conflict with Iran are the same people who did that. It seems like about 20 minutes ago, we were denouncing these very people as the deep state and pledging never to trust them again without verification. But now, for some reason, we do seem to trust them implicitly and completely. In fact, we believe whatever they tell us, no matter how outlandish.
So, look, all we do on this show is give credit where credit is due and call out things not based on partisanship, but based on reality. So that is why we often criticize Democratic leadership. But today, I said Democratic leadership's actually doing a pretty good job on this. They're calling for open hearings on Iran. So we don't do it blindly. Now, when it comes to Tucker Carlson, there are things that I disagree with him. I don't know if you can 100% is enough or 1,000%. So immigration, he is horrific on. I don't agree with him that there is a deep state that was conspiring against Donald Trump. But at least he's being consistent, and it is something that is very noteworthy coming from the right wing in this country and on Fox News. Sean Hannity, for example, as a counter to Tucker Carlson, will mindlessly, brainlessly repeat any talking point of any president that is a Republican at any time. And whatever a Democrat says, he will say the exact opposite. It doesn't have to be logically consistent at all, okay? Whereas Tucker Carlson says, wait a minute, didn't we just say 20 minutes ago that we shouldn't believe the intelligence community at all? Now we're turning around saying our beloved intelligence community, by the way, the people saying that are on Fox News. Fox and Friends, Sean Hannity, et cetera, are going, how could the Democrats question our intelligence community? They should bow down, bow down to the intelligence community. And Tucker Carlson points out an inconvenient fact. You were the same people 20 minutes ago saying how they could never, ever be trusted. So you do have to give him credit for that. He is right about that. And look, guys, it is important for there to be voices on the right that are correct, and don't look a gift horse in the mouth. The problem with establishment Democrats like Joe Biden is that they agree with the Republicans on their ground. But if Republicans or right wingers come to our ground, and for example, in this case, say, we don't want endless wars for no reason, take it, take yes for an answer. Tucker Carlson there is certainly correct, at least about half of his analysis, which is that these guys have been wrong 1,000 times, and sometimes on purpose.
I mean, especially,
and certainly about war.
Yes, that's what I was about to say. But look, I mean, you should always be skeptical of anyone in government in any type of position of power. But in the case of the Russia investigation and the impeachment investigation, the intelligence community showed their work. They showed their proof. You have witnesses testifying, right? There's actual evidence that was open to the public. And in terms of the Russia investigation, there was hundreds of pages produced by the Mueller report that's open to the public right now that people can read. When it comes to this alleged intel to encourage the assassination of Soleimani, nothing. We haven't gotten anything, just vague responses from the Trump administration, and that's not good enough. So he's right in that regard. Now, Laura Ingraham went on a very lengthy rant talking about how the Democrats are the ones who got us into this mess, which is ridiculous.
Insane.
Insane. But there was a relevant part at the very tail end of her commentary, and I don't think it's an accident that she structured her argument this way. But in the argument at the very end, she makes a plea to Donald Trump. Let's hear what it is.
It's important that the president listens to his judgment here, that he doesn't listen to the same people who got us sucked into Iraq in the first place. The Bush doctrine is dead, and Trump helped bury it. Thank God. His recent tweets notwithstanding, the president, I think, is very smart. He's very smart enough to know that another war of choice or needless escalation will end up harming American interests, not to speak of his re-election chances. America first, America safe, America strategic, America smart. And that's the angle.
So you have Tucker Carlson, Laura Ingraham speaking out against escalating war with Iran. And in a little bit, I'll show you how Hannity, who's a huge Trump supporter no matter what, actually went after them on his own show.
So that is also very, very important, guys. Look, she has to do a lead in about how everything is the Democrats' fault. It's insane, but it's understandable given that she's on Fox News and appealing to that audience and to Trump. If you notice at the end, she spoke really, really slowly because she's speaking to Donald Trump. And so she has to speak to him like he's a baby. Remember your re-election chances. America first, America safe, right? And so, but it's super important, guys, for both Tucker Carlson and Laura Ingraham to say this is a war of choice and needless escalation. The fact that there is now a division in the right wing where even some of the worst people in the right wing are saying, nope, we don't agree to endless war. We don't agree to it. We will not repeat talking points given to us, is a giant breakthrough. I haven't seen it in 20 years in this country. Before, when Roger Ailes was in charge, everyone was forced to say the same goddamn thing that Roger Ailes told them to say. That was the whole point of Fox News. Roger Ailes and Rupert Murdoch controlled it with an iron fist. And so no one was allowed to dissent. Now, Tucker Carlson and Laura Ingraham a little bit, but you saw it right there, are saying, a lot of the people in the right wing, and the reason our shows are popular and more popular than Hannity is because a lot of people in the right wing don't want war either. And look, and now let me point out her hypocrisy. Now the Bush doctrine is dead, thank God. I remember when you loved the Bush doctrine. We have ears, we have eyes. We saw you, Laura, when you, at least Tucker in the beginning agreed with the Iraq war, but changed his mind quickly. He's on the record on that. And he changed his mind for terrible reasons because he said he didn't care about the Iraqis at all and said some terrible things about them. But he was a little bit more consistent. Laura Ingraham, you love the Bush doctrine, you love the Iraq war. You couldn't get enough of it.
Yep.
But now she sees not Trump, not people like Roger Ailes, Rupert Murdoch, but her own audience saying, we don't want the war. We don't want the war. So now she regurgitates that back to them in order to be popular. That's a super important development.
Definitely. All right, so with that said, let's go to Hannity, who attacked his colleagues for refusing to defend Donald Trump.
You knock out those 3 refineries, their economy will totally and completely collapse. And despite the whining and the complaining, predictably, among Democrats and the stupid commentators on TV and the media mob, top military experts agree that the president's strategy is effective.
Effective in what exactly?
What? Yeah.
In escalating the situation to a full-blown war? Because he's real effective at that.
Hannity's a blockhead. He's one of the dumbest guys on TV. I love the audacity of him saying stupid commentators on TV. The stupid commentators on TV is you defined, Sean Hannity. So now I guess he's in open warfare with Tucker Carlson, who came on right before him, said we shouldn't do a needless war in Iran. So that's a fascinating development. But Hannity, look at the incredibly dumb thing he's saying. He said, well, we knock out the refineries, then they'll see. Same stupid thing he said about Iraq. Oh, we'll knock them out, then they'll see. And we'll be greeted as liberators. How'd that turn out for us? Oh, they'll give in right away. Then they'll know that we're better than them. Is that how it turned out? No, it turned out with bomb after bomb after bomb. 4,500 of our troops killed. Hundreds of thousands of Iraqi civilians killed. And now that same idiot is making the same point about Iran. Oh, we'll just knock them out, okay? It'll be real easy. And then they'll know we're tougher guys than them. Oh, I can't believe people don't see that. Hannity, the single dumbest person on television.
When we come back, we'll show you how Democrats are responding to this. Adam Schiff gave an interview to the Washington Post, and he has an idea when it comes to questioning the intelligence community about Donald Trump's decision here. So we'll be back with that and more.
I'm old enough that I remember when Captain Crunch put the berries in it.
Yay, crunch berries!
And I was like, ooh, the fake berries.
Remember?
We're gonna try that.
We did a story back in the day about how a woman sued, I don't know, General Mills.
She'd been eating it for 4 years, believing that it was actual berries.
Yeah. She's like, these aren't real berries at all. Yeah. I'm like, I got news for you. Captain Crunch isn't really a captain or a person. Joining me now, legendary whistleblower and American hero, Edward Snowden. First question is, hey, where are you?
I'm in my apartment in Moscow.
All of a sudden, in the studio, Jim Gaffigan, everybody.
Mental illness is, completely undiagnosed in our society.
It's not about a particular administration. It's about a broken system of power, and through that, really the instrumentalization of a system of not justice, but injustice.
People understand whether they claim to deny climate change or not. Our collective house is in crisis. We're also dealing with the legacy of 40 years of economic policies that have made people's lives more precarious.
Sometimes you got to force people into their humanity. Sometimes you have to shake people into empathy.
Senator Elizabeth Warren joins us in the studio.
Healthcare is a basic human right, and we are fighting for basic human rights.
In order to actually achieve that vision of everyone having access to the same resources and getting to determine the outcome of their life, we have a lot of work to do, and it needs to start right now.
Here's something you may not know. When you deposit your money in a big bank, it doesn't just sit, safe and secure, in a vault. Instead, your money could end up building oil pipelines, mining for coal, or drilling in the Arctic. So if you're concerned about the planet, give your money something good to do. Make the move to green with Aspiration's fossil fuel-free account and join the thousands each week who are switching to save their dollars and save the planet at the same time.
Cenk Uygur joins us.
We are progressive and unapologetically so. Very happy to say that millennial and Gen Z generations are massively progressive along with us.
Democrats, they've been so weak for so long. For God's sake, fight for your side.
I would not like to compromise with Republicans. I would like to defeat them. Lynn, do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I like Donald Trump.
Well, that's why we think you're racist. The 5 black kids in Central Park did not commit the rape. He said, who cares? Keep him in prison anyway. They probably did something. He's a terrible guy. Very fine people on the side chanting, Jews will not replace us. He says we should ban all Muslims. Well, that's bigotry by definition. He said it during the campaign trail over and over again. Called Latinos criminals and rapists. See, you're used to Republicans being strong on television and Democrats cowering. New day in America. Progressives, we actually fight back.
We found the perfect person to lead the army, Allison Hartson.
The establishment media works hand in glove with our corporate legislators, and our corporate legislators work hand in glove with the corporation. And we're going to make it so that it's a decentralized force throughout the country, so that we can quickly identify stories, quickly identify troll farms, and go in and neutralize the enemy, and then start building responsible media throughout the country and on every platform available.
All right, back on the Young Turks. Let me get through the comments as quickly as I can because we have breaking news. 100 decibels of booing in the member section says there's nothing more troubling and cringeworthy than being forced into a position where you agree with Tucker Carlson. Well, here we are, right? TYT.com/join to become a member and get your comments read. On Twitter, Lion Dog Face Pony Show says, saw USA Today headline passively at the convenience store, quote, more strong words from Trump or some BS like that. Damn it, they failed us. Good old school reference. Jack Masca on YouTube Super Chat says, will Ben be attending primary election coverage like the 2016 cycle? Yes, from time to time, and so that's gonna be great, check that out. A lot of debates and primaries and caucuses coming up, so it is super exciting. Last one also from YouTube Super Chat. All Things Knoxville says Trump does stuff like this because it makes him forget for a moment that he hid like a coward during Vietnam and quiets the voice of Papa. Yes, of course, his dad used to make fun of him all the time, rightfully so, and did get him out of Vietnam with a fake doctor's note about bone spurs. Okay, breaking news.
All right. Iran State TV is announcing that there is further escalation of war with the United States. In fact, the nationally owned news service says that they had launched tens of surface-to-surface missiles at Iraq's Al-Assad air base, housing US troops over America's killing of top Iranian General Soleimani. This is a disaster and it's a developing story. However, the Iranian Fars news agency showed footage that it said showed tens of missiles being launched toward the air base in northwest Iraq, which again houses both Iraqi and US forces. The attack was, quote, the beginning of a harsh Iranian revenge for the death of General Qasem Soleimani, the Iranians said. And there are a number of tweets out already showing that the Iranians have taken full responsibility for this attack. In fact, let me give you a statement from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The brave soldiers of IRGC's aerospace unit have launched a successful attack with tens of ballistic missiles on Al-Assad military base in the name of martyr General Qasem Soleimani.
All right, so unfortunately, the counterattack has begun exactly as predicted. Our troops are sitting ducks, exactly as predicted. Now, Soleimani's successor spoke at his funeral. His name is Hossein Salami. And yes, he has a successor. Oh, wow, nobody could have predicted that. Guess what his successor is? More fundamentalist and more of a zealot and extremist than Soleimani was. Oh, nobody could have predicted that except every rational person knew that would happen. Because if you kill their top general, what are they gonna do? Put in someone who is not a hardliner? No, they're gonna put in the hardest, extremist that they have. So he does a speech at the funeral saying, quote, we tell our enemies that we will retaliate, but if they take another action, we will set ablaze the places that they like and are passionate about. Then the crowd started chanting death to Israel. Now Netanyahu today saying, oh, Israel's got nothing to do with this. Even though I told you to attack Iran 1,000 times, you should attack the US instead of us. So, but it doesn't look like they're listening. They're gonna attack us and I'm afraid also Israel as well. The reason we said not to do rash actions like this is not because anyone likes Soleimani. He has been a problem and a scourge for a long, long time. But there are consequences to our actions. And when we attack the top general of a sovereign nation, you know what they do? They put in someone who is more extreme and attack us back. So that is right now exactly what we're in the middle of. It's breaking news. So we don't know how many people are gonna get killed. We don't know how many of our troops are gonna get killed by those strikes. I hope none. I hope they all miss. I hope we have good technology to be able to deflect that. But of course now what will happen, especially if any of our troops are killed, is that Trump will go out. Fox News, most of the folks on Fox News will probably rally, although now there's some dissenting voices, and go, well, now that a couple of troops have died, they'll pretend like it was just fresh out of nowhere, that Iran wasn't counterattacking, that they started it. And they'll say, well, we must murder more of them, and we must do more and more and more bombing until we're in the middle of a full-scale war. Even that idiot Sean Hannity, as he pushed for more war, said, I'm not looking for ground troops in Iran. Really? Okay, what do you think happens when you have nonstop bombing of one another? You have a war.
Do they really think that this is what they need to do to get Iran back to the negotiating table to renegotiate the Iran nuclear deal? Is this the way they really go about it? How stupid is
literally no one can believe that. Even Rand Paul, we showed you earlier in the show, said you would have to be brain dead to believe that.
Trump still thinks that there's a possibility. In fact, he was asked by reporters, what are you looking for here? Are you looking for regime change in Iran? He's like, no, I don't want military action. I don't want war. I want to renegotiate this Iran nuclear deal, right? I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially what he said. I don't want regime change. Okay, the way you're going about this is not gonna lead to any type of negotiation. What he did provoked war with Iran. And of course they're gonna retaliate in kind. Of course they're gonna do this. And look, that base that they attacked, right, that Iran just bombed with missiles, there are Iraqi soldiers there as well. This is the reason why Parliament wants US troops out of their country.
Yeah, look, he does these stupid maneuvers in business, but the consequence in business is not that extreme. Sometimes it works when he, and we've told you this in a couple of instances, I'll really quickly retell you the story. Sometimes he would threaten to take over a company, and so he would buy some of their stock and say, I'm gonna buy all of their stock, but he was bluffing. And so, but it would drive up the stock price, and then he'd make a good profit. You think, well, that's a good businessman, right? First of all, it's not the right way to do business, but even so, no. Because he kept bluffing and bluffing, and guess what happened? Eventually, they called his bluff. Then he was stuck with all the stock, and it started spiraling down, and he lost all of his money. Now, I can give you a dozen examples where Trump does that in business context, and then he goes, oh well, that's why he went bankrupt 6 times. But in the military context, when they call your bluff, what we have is a war.
All right, well, let's get to the Democrats and how they're responding to all of this. So you think that they've been pretty good. I kind of have a different perspective. So
interesting, let's do it.
Yeah, so Democrats are attempting to take action following Donald Trump's decision to assassinate Iran's top military general, Qasem Soleimani. Now, Adam Schiff had an interview with the Washington Post, and he thinks that it might be a good idea to call a public hearing on the matter in order to determine whether or not the Trump administration is bluffing on the alleged intel that showed that Iran served as an imminent threat. So Representative Adam Schiff says he wants to see the House hold open hearings on multiple aspects of this spiraling situation in Iran. Here's a direct quote from Schiff. I think there should be open hearings on this subject. The president has put us on a path where we may be at war with Iran. That requires the Congress to fully engage. Also in open hearings, Democrats could seek to grill Pentagon officials on whether Trump's threats represent real planning and on whether, in their view, such threats could recklessly lead to more negative consequences. Another thing that could be explored in open hearings is how the decision was made and whether the intelligence supports it. I'm also very curious to see whether the Pentagon and the Trump administration coordinated in any way, because it seems like there's chaos within the Trump administration. In fact, just yesterday, the Pentagon put out a letter accidentally indicating that they were gonna pull US troops out of Iraq, and then later they had to do damage control because it was an accident and they didn't actually mean that.
Yeah, so I'm curious about your opinion here because I think this is a good development, but you sound a little bit more skeptical. So I'm actually surprised the Democrats are saying, oh, no, you need to have congressional hearings before you start war with Iran. That's stronger than they would normally act. I'm ready to give them credit for that. And in fact, Schiff also said Pelosi has announced that something constricting Trump will be voted on this week. If that's real and they actually have a vote, that would be terrific. Now, I'm withholding judgment until they actually do it, because now Iran is currently, as we're doing this show live, bombing our bases in Iraq. So my guess is Democrats will get scared and run away. But if I'm wrong, I would love that. I would love to give them credit. So far, to me, this looks like a really good development, and I'm looking forward to giving Schiff and Pelosi credit. But what were you not buying in this?
Look, you can't stab yourself, and then when you have like blood gushing out of your body, like find the smallest Band-Aid possible to try to make the situation better, right? So while I'm not opposed to the open hearings, and I think it's important for them to ask the appropriate questions to get to the bottom of the truth, the reality is Democrats have enabled what the Trump administration is doing right now over and over and over again, right? They did it in the lead up to the preemptive war in Iraq, right? Voting along with Republicans to allow the executive branch to unilaterally make these types of decisions, okay? They kept voting in favor of those types of policies. They keep voting in favor of increasing the military budget, handing almost a blank check to the executive branch to carry out whatever nonsense they want to carry out, including Trump's stupid Space Force, right? That's the latest spending bill that we criticized on this show. So look, it's not good enough to try to deal with the symptoms of a virus that they helped create.
Now, here's where I would give them overwhelming credit. And look, guys, I don't tell you things against Democratic leadership because it's fun. I tell you because it's true. I wish it weren't the case. So if it isn't the case, I can't wait to say they did a wonderful job. So what would lead me to saying that? If they actually stop Trump. Now, how can they do that? Well, Ro Khanna suggested an amendment to the defense bill that said you cannot attack Iran without getting congressional authorization. Now, you don't actually even need that bill because it's already in the Constitution, but it would be wonderful. It would be great because it would send a sign you are not allowed to attack, and we just voted on it, okay? Now, Democratic leadership took that out. Barbara Lee said, well, let's take away the authorization for use of military force from 2002 against Iraq because they're using it as an excuse. By the way, Obama also used it as an excuse, but Trump is now going over the top as usual in saying that gives me authority. So why did you take out the Barbara Lee amendment? That is my criticism of Democratic leadership. But it's okay, as AOC pointed out over the weekend, hey, you know what? So you took it out of the bill, it doesn't mean you can't vote on it now. So if Nancy Pelosi and Adam Schiff, etc., come out and say, you know what, we're gonna vote on Barbara Lee's proposal and Ro Khanna's proposal, I would love it, and I would give them all the credit in the world. And the only person who could determine that is them, not us. So if they do it, we're gonna give them credit. If they don't do it, we're gonna criticize them. That's how reality works. Now, of course, the mainstream media doesn't see it that way. You have to kiss their ass no matter what. Facts don't matter. But for us, in the reality-based world, facts matter, they're everything.
Absolutely. And look, to be fair to Schiff, the statements that he gave to the Washington Post were good statements. For instance, he did chime in on the alleged intel, which no one has seen. In fact, the Trump administration hasn't even talked to Congress, the Gang of 8, about this intel. He plans to do so tomorrow. But here's what Schiff said. I'm certainly not satisfied that the intelligence supports the conclusion that the killing of Soleimani was going to either prevent attacks on the United States or reduce the risk to American lives. If anything, that risk is going to go up, not down. And Adam Schiff made this statement prior to a giant story breaking today about how Iran just did missile attacks against a military base in Iraq, right? So you have US soldiers and Iraqi soldiers based there.
So look, these hearings are good no matter what. I want to back up Adam Schiff. I like his quotes. They're focusing a little too much on the attacking Iran's cultural sites because it's low-hanging fruit. I get the politics of it, but Trump's already backed away from that. But guys meaning Schiff, Pelosi, Hoyer, etc., Democratic leadership. If you actually pass a resolution saying Trump is not allowed to attack Iran without getting congressional approval for war, we've got your back 1,000%. All we care about is policy. Pass that bill, and now look, I get it, it's gotta go to the Senate, I understand that. But it is rhetorically and legally, and as a matter of moving the national conversation, super important. Okay, you fight back effectively, we're on your side. Now, the jury's out, we're gonna see, now that the rockets are flying, are they gonna get scared and run for the hills, or are they gonna double down and be strong? If they are, then yes, we're super happy to back them up.
All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, just remember that there's no such thing as moderate Republicans during the Trump era, and Nikki Haley proves that perfectly. We'll be right back.
Magic. It's showtime. And say 45 minutes. I'm hosting today. Now I know what you're thinking, JR, your face is already perfect, but you know what? I still need to apply some makeup. I went through this process, right? A few years ago, when I realized that I was gonna have to wear makeup on the show. I had to go through like finding out what my undertones were. You guys know what those are? I got my MAC Cosmetics. It says SPF 15 foundation, broad spectrum. But apparently what I have is red undertones, and I think pores are not supposed to be seen. I need all these things to be confirmed for me. These sponge things don't work for me. You gotta use your hands. This idea. That's how the magic really happens. So we're gonna go through a tutorial, how to make the magic happen from beautiful to beautifuler. Let's go. I've already been moisturized, that's the first thing. But moisturization already happened. We go raw. All hands. Pick up a couple streaks. This is the guy way of putting on makeup. We got dots. There's some shiny points that generally happen. First of all, here we go. You dust here. I'm putting way too much, but you dust. Oh, get the excess off. You don't want chunky powder. There's like a T-zone, I think, right? Mine is a double T-zone. Because I went middle and another cross. Make sure your nose isn't all shiny. People get on you for it. You don't say, that's not a good point you made on there, JR. Your nose is shiny. You guys are picky like that sometimes. I think that's about it, fellas and ladies. See you guys next time. Bitsies.
This isn't Anderson Cooper. If you say some BS, I'm not simply going to let it slide and then move on to the next thing.
This is what the establishment does not understand about politics. You can change the conversation.
This is my place in that broader revolution.
We first have to fight to prove that we are human. We then have to fight for our freedom. Then we fight for our equality. And now we are fighting for our survival because your militarized police force thinks it's okay to shoot us at any point in time.
Look at what's happening in society today, and it's hard not to think about what was going on in the 50s and 60s.
We're all out here. Everybody that cares about where this country's going, we're out here.
We are going to win this fight. We are going to transform this country.
Whoever wins this primary wins the seat.
We just took down one of the top establishment Democrats in the country. Down goes Crowley! Down goes Crowley!
This is the beginning. What do we got? We got TYT in the house.
Best moment of my life, I guess, would have to be when the kid was born. Like, you know, because suddenly that meant I served my purpose. Very close second, the day we sold Clerks. That changed my life. In fact, Harley wouldn't have been born if I hadn't sold Clerks, so that noise. Clerks, probably the biggest day, best day of my life. It led to everything else. I got the wife and the kid because Clerks happened. So don't tell the kid, but Clerks.
Our teachers are suffering, and we won't even cut 10% of the money going to military contract.
The cost of one modern heavy bomber is this: a modern brick school in more than 30 cities.
A tiny sliver of the defense budget would pay for 395,000 teachers.
We're talking about the future of the country. We're talking about the nation's youth and making sure that we are competitive globally. And the only way to do that is to make sure that we provide quality education for our young people.
All right, back on the Young Turks. Member comments first, as always. Pete Buttigieg's bungling bundlers right in. I spent a deployment there in 2008. It's pretty heavily guarded and secured, lots of bunkers. I hope everyone is safe. If a single person dies, their blood is on Trump's hands. That seems fairly indisputable. Engineer writes in, House Dems will hold hearings. They will subpoena administration officials to answer questions. The officials will not show up. The Dems will whine. The hearings will end with no new information revealed. I am certainly afraid of that. Go to Twitter. The Oranges of Change says, Jesus Christ, I think the argument that we are much safer now than a week ago hasn't aged well. WTF has Trump and these warmongers done. And last one, Sardonic Abroad writes in, hi, Anna and Cenk, I'm an American/Canadian dual citizen living in Australia. I listen to TYT live every day at work. Your rage gives me the energy to get through the day. Thank you.
Since you're living in Australia, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to all of our Australian viewers who have sent us some messages of support for covering the fires in Australia. Thank you. Honestly, like it's terrible that the story didn't get or isn't getting as much attention as it should be getting. But if you have any videos, any information that you want to share with us, please tweet to me. Any type of video or element that we can use on the show would be appreciated.
Yeah, and Eric Byler did a great job of covering that. He used to work at the Young Turks. He did a piece for the Intercept. All right, speaking of participating, we're doing an affiliate program. So you guys sell on membership, you get 20% commission, and you get it every single month that the person stays a member. So that way we win, you win at the same time. That's why the URL is tyt.com/win-win. We're trying to get to 2,500 affiliates because we believe you guys do a better job than anyone else at spreading the word about the membership program. And right now we're up to 365 people who have signed up and completed the entire process. A lot more people have started the process, but you do have to read the term sheet, et cetera, and pick a name, avatar, et cetera. But 365 have gone through that. Let's get to 2,500, and that now there are starting to be more and more sales, and you guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Also, after you make those like sweet earnings from being part of the affiliate program, you should open an account with Aspiration and keep your money there because it's an ethical financial institution that will not invest your money in any shady corporation, including fossil fuel industries. By the way, you can check out more by going to aspiration.com/TYT. They also reward their customers with extra money or interest if you're spending your money consciously. So check that out, read the terms, aspiration.com/TYT. All right, let's move on to other terrible news. While Donald Trump inches the United States closer to war with Iran, Nikki Haley has decided to rip a page out of the Iraq war playbook by claiming that anyone who criticizes Donald Trump is a fanatic for Iran and a supporter of Soleimani. Take a look.
You don't see anyone standing up for Iran. You're not hearing any of the Gulf members. You're not hearing China. You're not hearing Russia. The only ones that are mourning the loss of Soleimani are our Democrat leadership and our Democrat presidential candidates. No one else in the world, because they knew that this man had evil veins. They knew what he was capable of, and they saw the destruction and the lives lost based from his hands.
So let's be clear, there isn't a single Democrat who's mourning the loss of Soleimani. However, there are clear-headed individuals, both on the left and the right, who are criticizing Donald Trump's decision to do this because it escalates war with Iran and it actually puts our military and US personnel abroad in danger. So there's a question about strategy here that Nikki Haley is purposely leaving out of the discussion. And I want to be clear about one other thing. She claims that Russia isn't speaking out against what Trump did. China isn't speaking out against what Trump did. So I want to go to a few excerpts from the Atlantic Council, and here's what Russia had to say about the whole situation. Moscow has reacted negatively to Washington's announcement that Iranian Quds Brigade commander General Qasem Soleimani was killed in Baghdad in a US drone attack. Russian President Vladimir Putin, in a conversation with French President Emmanuel Macron, agreed that US actions have the potential to seriously aggravate the situation in the region.
Oh, look at that, Nikki Haley was lying, huh? Well. But all the press will say, oh, moderate Republican. I'll tell you why they're saying that in a second, but I don't want to bury the lead. All the facts that Anna pointed out are very important. But did she say that he had evil veins? What the hell is evil veins?
Cenk, you can't help yourself. Do you know how much I wanted to poke fun at General Salami earlier, but I didn't because I'm an adult.
No, okay? I know. But look, it's not us, it's her. Yeah. Who says, oh no, it's okay, we had to kill the guy because he had evil veins? What is he, a Sith Lord? Is there evil running through his veins? And so, but they say things like this that is so childish. And a lot of the Republican voters are like, oh yeah, we had to kill him because they're obviously the evil ankles and the evil knees and the evil veins. And they take this stuff seriously. I mean, it's what people in insane asylums say. Anyway, look, who is Nikki Haley? She is a neocon. And so these neoconservatives are, and this is what's really maddening, are celebrated by our media. So if Donald Trump is a particular anti-establishment, incredibly unintelligent monster, etc., but he's a unique case, right? But if you're a Republican who agrees with him on 90% of stuff and is actually worse in the case of war, although Trump now is about to be worse than anybody else. But Nikki Haley has always been worse than Trump in wanting to get into a war with Iran, right? So she's ecstatic. She's a female John Bolton. She's like, yes, finally, we have blood all over our hands, right? What does the media do? A moderate Nikki Haley. No, Nikki Haley is actually more extreme than even Donald Trump. There's nothing at all moderate about her. But the media will lie on our behalf and pretend that this massive, insane right-winger is a moderate. Don't believe them, don't believe them. If Nikki Haley comes into office, a lot of the press would kiss her ass and be like, oh, Nikki Haley, the moderate Republican, everything's back in order. The establishment is back in charge, more wars, but it's done with someone says slightly smarter and way slimier than Sarah Palin.
What's incredible to me is how people like Nikki Haley, and it's not just Nikki Haley, we've seen it happen with all sorts of people in positions of power in government. They'll go on cable news, they will straight up lie, which is what she did when it came to the response to what Trump did. And they never get fact checked in real time. They have all the resources in the world, right? And so there's some portion of the American people who think that Russia's on board with what Trump did, that China's on board with what Trump did, that there were no mourners in Iran. Iran feels liberated. Let's show you a video of how liberated Iran feels. This was actually to mourn the death of Soleimani. So there were giant crowds, hundreds of thousands of people who took to the streets. It was so significant that there was a stampede and dozens of people died as a result. So I'm not saying this to say like, oh, let's all mourn Soleimani. I'm saying it because you should know the full context of what's going on and don't allow the Trump administration and other warmongers convince you that what Trump did is celebrated around the world. It is not. Here's a statement from China. Now, again, this is an excerpt from a report by the Atlantic Council, and they write, perhaps as a reflection of the poor state of China-US relations, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Li was uncharacteristically blunt, saying China will stand with Iran against unilateralism and bullying, and claiming the unilateral withdrawal by the US from the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, that's the Iran nuclear deal, giving up on its international commitments and attempts to exert maximum pressure on Iran are the sources of the current tension arising over the Iranian nuclear issue. In other words, this is going to lead to the nuclear weapons that Donald Trump allegedly doesn't want Iran to have.
The deal Obama made took away their nuclear energy program. We had it completely and utterly solved until the moron Donald Trump came in and was like, I didn't like Obama. So now he's on the verge of starting a war, getting our troops killed. The bombing's happening right now. These are the same liars who told you we'd be safer. Do we look safer? Our troops are being bombed this very minute. Pompeo said they were dancing, the Iranians were dancing in the streets. Do they look like they were dancing in the streets? So, I mean, the degree to which they lie is unbelievable. Now, to be fair, this is Fox News, so they're never gonna do a fact check. If someone actually said a fact, they would check it on there and be like, no, wait a minute, you forgot to lie, right? But on cable news, wouldn't it be amazing if an anchor was a real person for the first time ever? Was like, did you just say evil veins? What the hell are evil veins? And did you just lie about China and Russia not criticizing us? Because they 100% did. And by the way, aren't you the same idiot who said that the Iraq war would turn out great? So are you telling us that we should believe you now when you say that the conflict with Iran is going to turn out fantastic? Weren't you, forget the idiot part, okay? weren't you the person who was 100% wrong about the Iraq war? So why on God's green earth would we trust you now on this situation with Iran? But they don't ever say that because, oh my God, the beloved moderate Republican Nikki Haley. How else could we get access to her lies unless we let her lie every time she's on air?
Well, let's move on to some presidential candidates and how they're responding to all of this. Senator Elizabeth Warren was on The View and she received some hard-hitting questions from Meghan McCain on the issue of Iran. Let's take a quick look.
The Treasury Department and the State Department have both designated the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization. I don't understand the flip-flop. I don't understand why it was so hard to call him a terrorist, and I would just like you to explain.
This isn't a change. They're true. The question is, what is the response that the President of the United States should make, and what advances the interests of the United States of America? Think about Saddam Hussein. You want to talk about a bad guy, right? However, going to war in Iraq was not in the interests of the United States. We lost thousands of American lives. It cost us here at home. It has cost us around the world. It has been a part of this cost in the Middle East that has ended up with millions of people who've lost their lives, who've been injured, who've been displaced. The question for the President of the United States is to understand what's going on, have an overall strategy, and pick an appropriate response. And going back to Kobe's question, at an appropriate time.
So one thing that I want everyone to pay close attention to, and we have more clips, is how McCain has no interest in anything that Warren has to say. What she is interested in is labels, right? And so all she cares about is that Warren refers to Soleimani as a terrorist. Now look, the reason why she's goading Warren into it, and unfortunately Warren did get goaded into it before this entire conversation via Twitter, where she prefaced her tweet condemning Donald Trump's actions by going through a laundry list of how bad Soleimani is, right? Don't give in to their framing, because once you do that, you're helping them spread the propaganda that tries to justify what Trump did. And that's what you're gonna see in this next video.
Yeah, one quick comment before we go to that. Look, so far, Elizabeth Warren answers perfectly intelligent. But McCain doesn't want intelligence.
Right.
She wants catchphrases. You should reject the framing. So after you watch this, I'll tell you what I would have done instead. So let's watch.
At an appropriate time. He's part of a group that has been designated. He is part of a group that's been designated.
He's not a terrorist.
Of course he is. He's part of a group that our federal government has designated as a terrorist. The question, though, is what's the right response?
Are we terrorists? Can we acknowledge what we do abroad for a second? How we bomb people at weddings, how we do drone strikes at people who respond to the initial drone strike. Like, is that terrorist activity? Because look, the problem with the framing, Soleimani was a bad guy. There's no question about it. There's no denying that, right? But when you make a comment like that out of context, it leaves out the full story of how we got to this mess in the first place. And that's why it's a problem. It completely releases the United States of any responsibility. And that's the reason why we keep going into these endless wars. Because people don't learn from history. They don't learn about how our actions led to where we are today.
So I would have responded, the world is complicated and filled with nuance. So I'm gonna talk slow so you understand this, Meghan. So Saddam Hussein was a terrible guy, but he actually hated Al-Qaeda, who had attacked us on 9/11. Your dad didn't understand that nuance, so he had us attack the wrong country. And that cost us dearly. It got 4,500 of our troops killed, tens of thousands injured. It got hundreds of thousands of civilians killed. It was a terrible idea that your dad and George Bush instigated. Now, by doing these silly labels like, oh, he's a terrorist, you are implying that we should take action against Iran. Action would be war, which by the way, your dad wanted. He said bomb, bomb, bomb Iran. Your dad was also wrong and stupid about that. And so we're not going to do that just because you throw out the catchphrase of terrorist. So no, the answer is no, I don't want to bomb Iran. I don't want to start another stupid war like the one your dad started. And then watch your head explode. And you know what will happen? People will talk about that and they'll say, wait, is it true that her dad was an idiot that helped to start the Iraq war? That is true. Would it also be the same in this case? That is true. Be strong. You don't have to back down from the likes of Meghan McCain. So look,
we have a breaking news story that's relevant to what we're talking about right now. Iran just struck a second US airbase in response to what Trump did in assassinating Soleimani. There are consequences. I mean, look, Meghan McCain talks about the importance of respecting American troops. You know what respecting American troops is? Not putting them in harm's way. How many of them have to die, and how many of them need to come back to the United States with PTSD and irreparable harm, physical harm to their bodies, for you to understand that we need to be smart and measured in the way that we approach these foreign policy issues. Meghan McCain didn't even want to get briefed by a producer about drone strikes when she was on that Take Part Live show. She had no interest in it, no intellectual curiosity about it, does not care. Your shallow arguments about how you want to respect the troops mean nothing when her commentary, her ignorant, stupid commentary on these shows pushes our troops in harm's way over and over again.
Well, what is the point?
Disgusting.
What's the point of putting 3,000 new troops into Iraq? There is no point at all, other than to have them get killed. They're not going to invade Iran. And they're not going to defend Iraq. Iraq doesn't want them there. Iraq is saying leave. They just voted on it. They're saying you have to leave right now. We don't want you here. Other than the Iranian you killed a military leader connected to our government, and you killed our civilians. We want you to leave. If you send 300,000 troops, it's a terrible idea, but at least it has a point. Okay, you're going to invade Iran. I hate that idea, but there is some logical consistency to it. Sending 3,000 troops, the only point is to have them get killed. But Meghan McCain goes, oh yeah? I just called a Muslim a terrorist, so I win. No, you don't. You're a moron, and no one gets the troops in more trouble, their lives more in danger than conservatives like Meghan McCain, John McCain, George Bush, Donald Trump.
I can't believe the New York Times refers to this show as the most important political show in the country, when one of the hosts literally has no interest in educating herself on any of the issues that she talks about, especially foreign policy, something she pretends to care about. One final video from this exchange.
Universal pre-K, $800 billion into our public schools. Make it a real commitment. Universal college, $50 billion for historically black colleges and universities, and cancel student loan debt for 43 years.
When Trump just said that we spent $2 trillion on the military, I said I don't want anyone ever to ask Elizabeth Warren how she's going to pay for medical care.
All right, so in that was supposed to be a fun part where Elizabeth Warren's ignoring Meghan McCain because she's still trying to goad her to talk about how Iran is full of terrorists and yada yada, when Warren makes a good point there. We never question how much we spend on these endless wars. Those resources could be used to help the American people. That's our taxpayer money, keeps getting wasted to make defense contractors wealthy.
Look, I'm glad we showed that clip because I go strong in an over-the-top way, but there's different ways to be strong. And that comment by Warren was also strong. And Sonny is also right. Look, we have the money for endless wars. We have the money for tax cuts for the rich. But when we say let's get healthcare for the American people, like Elizabeth Warren says and Bernie Sanders says, they say no way. So I'm glad that she had a very strong response to Meghan McCain's childlike, immature, irrelevant point.
All right, we have Bernie's response to the situation in Iraq when we return.
From this day forward, a new vision will govern our land. From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first.
Yes, President Donald Trump has made life hell.
Everything is always about race because the sitting president, known for his trigger Twitter fingers, somehow kept it tight-lipped over the Nazis who returned to Charlottesville last week.
If Republican politicians genuinely cared about all lives, we wouldn't be facing the largest wealth redistribution in American history.
Trump, who claims he wants to make America great again, but isn't really interested in protecting the little guy, just withdrew Obama's memo and told collectors that they're free to go back to screwing over struggling Americans with fees.
This decision will impact far and wide, especially, and listen for the irony here, those who already pay more out of pocket each year due to soaring internet package prices.
There's a ton of racist monuments in America. White supremacy is still put up on a pedestal.
Of course, more white people are killed by police. White people make up more than 75% of the US population.
So you can justify your bigotry and feel better about saying these things at dinner, polite dinner conversation with a side of racism and home fries.
Does the president normally watch these kind of anti-Muslim videos that have been posted by this group?
Here's a list of what the president watches every day. It goes cartoons, Fox and Friends cartoons, followed by, at noon, it was a bunch of Civil War documentaries for like 6 hours. But he claps at all the wrong times.
My name is Jamal Bowman, and this is The Road to Revolution. If Medicare for All and free college and trade schools and increasing funding in education and restoring our prison system, which is broken and torturous, and immigration rights and having love for all humanity makes me a socialist, and I'm a socialist. Going against Elliot Engel, he's been there 30 years. He's not turning out the vote. It's time for new leadership. It's time for a new vision. Peace and love to the district, peace and love to the country, peace and love to the world. I challenge any congressperson to come to the Bronx and run a middle school effectively. Educators have a unique perspective. I mean, we work daily with the people of this country, regardless of their background, regardless of their race, ethnicity, class, religion. The majority of the American people agree with progressive policies. So it's more about having candidates and elected officials who the people can believe in. And I am Jamal Bowman over here, so hello, good morning, good morning.
I just shot a clip. It's time sensitive and it needs to be edited right now.
Did anybody call for an editor?
Need this in an hour.
But you're an editor too.
That's how you do when I smacked it back that I like.
Say hi to the camera.
I don't like this.
All right, back on the Young Turks. I'm going to read the member comments first. But everybody, it's so important that we have independent media like us. We're going to cover this conflict with no partisanship, with reality, not alternative reality of Donald Trump, also not the alternative reality of the mainstream media, where war is always a good thing. So far, they've been okay on it, but now that the bombs are falling, I'm very afraid of the warmongering turn that they're gonna take. So TYT.com/join to support independent media like us to get the truth out. All right, and so let's go to those members that have. Journey to Bernie writes in, Aussie here, thank you, Anna, and I thank all the members and America itself for their support. You've done an amazing job of covering this tragedy. TYT, we love you. So referring to the fires in Australia. Naomi Justine, on a lighter note, says, about Soleimani, we killed him because he had an evil belly button, just as rational as evil veins. Socialist OG Cody says he was a general in a UN member nation's army. That is true, and we apparently have no laws left. And then the last one is from Twitter. Gonzo Tokyo says no one's mourning the loss of Soleimani. We're mourning the death of diplomacy. And so that is, by the way, almost exactly what Rand Paul said. So this is the one issue that he actually does show some principles and conviction on. All right, what's next?
All right, obviously I'm in a bad mood, so let's go to someone who puts me in a good mood, Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders had a far-ranging interview with Anderson Cooper on CNN, and they spoke about the situation with Iran. As we all know, Donald Trump has further escalated the situation to war at this point, with Iran attacking air bases, at least 2 separate air bases that we know about so far in Iraq. With that said, Bernie Sanders rightfully called out the Trump administration for its complete and utter chaos in policy. Take a look.
The mistake with this letter today, what does that say about this administration and what message do you think it sends to both allies and adversaries?
It says that there's mass chaos, that the Trump administration hasn't a clue about what it is doing, but is creating a very dangerous world scenario. Just yesterday, you had Trump saying very loudly that if the Iraqis want us to leave, the Iraqi government want us to leave, we're gonna impose trillions of dollars of sanctions. They're gonna have to pay for everything that we spent. And then the next thing we hear is, oh, we respect the sovereignty of Iraq, we're taking our troops back, out. And then a few hours later we say, oh, that was a mistake, we are staying in. What kind of message does it send to the entire world?
And just to clarify what Anderson Cooper was talking about, the Pentagon just yesterday put out a letter indicating that US troops would be withdrawn from Iraq. And then immediately after, they had to do damage control because that was an accidental letter, whatever that means. And they're planning on sending more troops to the region.
Well, we elected a clown and got a 3-ring circus. They have no idea what they're doing. We're going, we're leaving, we're staying, we don't know. We're putting in troops, they're getting bombed as we speak. Okay, what's your plan? What's your plan to not have them bombed? Bomb Iran more, but that'll lead to more bombs. I don't know, we don't have a plan. We'll leave, oh, damn it, we'll stay. By the way, you know what it is? As Scaramucci famously said when he was in the White House, the fish rots from the head down. Donald Trump constantly changes his mind. That's why I never understand the MAGA guys. They say, oh, I always agree with Donald Trump. Which Donald Trump? I don't want a war with Iran. Oh, I'm gonna kill Iran. I'm gonna bomb all their cultural sites. I'm gonna murder their generals. I'm gonna assassinate people, but I don't want war. Which Donald Trump do you agree with? And that is why now the Pentagon's like, we're staying, we're leaving, we're staying, we're leaving. Because that's Donald Trump. Every 5 seconds he changes his stupid ass mind.
And this is the way he goes about foreign policy when he wants to bring a sovereign country to the negotiating table to renegotiate a nuclear deal. That's how dumb Donald Trump is. Let's go to the next video where Bernie does something that I wish more people in the mainstream press would do. He compares our situation with Iran to the lead up to the Iraq war in 2003. Take a look.
What frightens me most is what we are seeing now sounds very much like what I observed and the American people observed in terms of the war in Iraq, something that I vigorously opposed. What we heard was an administration lying about intelligence. We got involved in a war we never should have got involved in. We lost 4,500 brave soldiers, thousands more were wounded, hundreds of thousands of Iraqis were displaced and died. We spent trillions of dollars on that war that should have been spent at home providing healthcare or rebuilding our infrastructure. And now at the end of all of that, the government, the country that we were trying to save, to liberate, says, get out, we don't want you anymore. So that lesson must be learned. And I think, if anything, we get involved in a war in Iran, in all likelihood, it'll be even worse.
And that's the thing that's so infuriating about this Iran tension and the decisions that our president is making right now. It shows that we haven't learned anything. And remember, Trump ran on criticizing the preemptive war in Iraq. I mean, he went after Hillary Clinton. He went after the Democratic establishment for its support in the lead up to the Iraq war. And now he's doing the exact same thing with Iran, citing phony intelligence to justify the assassination of a top military commander in a sovereign country, which does what? It escalates war and it puts US service members in danger abroad.
All right, so look, what I love about Bernie's statements there is that there's no equivocation. There's no, well, I mean, the Soleimani and the Iranians are terrible, and so we should blah, 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 blah. No, he's like, no, this is stupid. It's gonna lead to a war, just like Iraq. Iraq was a disaster. I was wrong, I was right, they were wrong. And you have to point that out. You're running for president. And you guys, right now, the top two people, by a lot, are Bernie and Biden, okay? One was ridiculously wrong about the Iraq war, and the other one was exactly right about the Iraq war. Gee, I wonder which one we should pick. And now, in terms of who could win the presidency, independents don't want to go to war because they saw the Iraq war was a disaster. That's why Donald Trump even talked about how the Iraq war was a disaster. He didn't really mean it, but he knew that that would appeal to independents. Biden, on the other hand, is like, oh, war is great, war is great. God damn it, that's how you lose an election. No, have a strong voice saying, we are not going to go into another disaster. Bernie later talked about, look, it's a violation of international law. He was a ranking official of the Iranian government. We do not get to, there's terrible guys. He talked about Kim Jong-un, right? But that doesn't mean we're allowed to assassinate Kim Jong-un or his top general. Why? One, it's a violation of law, but there's a reason for that law. More importantly, the reason for that law is because you don't want international anarchy and chaos. And Bernie talked about that, and he's absolutely right. Chaos is what happened after Iraq. And Iran is 4 times the size of Iraq. So we would have chaos like we've never seen. In fact, we're in the middle of having it right now. So you need a strong voice like that to say hell no to war.
Well, Bernie did call out Biden in this interview, and it was honestly the part of the interview that I appreciated the most. And so let's talk about that. During Bernie Sanders, let's set that up. So during Bernie Sanders' interview with Anderson Cooper, the topic of Iran came up, and Bernie Sanders did draw comparisons between the 2003 Iraq War and what is currently happening right now with Iran. And he used this as an opportunity to call out Joe Biden, who is using revisionist history to make it appear as though he was not supportive of the Iraq War, but he was. And so Bernie Sanders talks about that a little bit in this next clip. Let's take a look.
What is imperative is that we defeat Trump, the most dangerous president in modern history. And that means you're gonna have to have a huge voter turnout. You're gonna have to get working people excited. You're gonna have to get young people excited. Joe Biden voted and helped lead the effort for the war in Iraq, the most dangerous foreign policy blunder in the modern history of this country. Joe Biden voted for the disastrous trade agreements like NAFTA and permanent normal trade relations with China, which cost us millions of jobs. You think that's gonna play well in Michigan or Wisconsin or Pennsylvania? You know, Joe Biden has been on the floor of the Senate talking about the need to cut Social Security or Medicare or Medicaid. Joe Biden pushed a bankruptcy bill, which has caused enormous financial problems for working families. So if we're gonna beat Trump, we need turnout. And to get turnout, you need energy and excitement. And I just don't think that that kind of record is gonna bring forth the energy that we need to defeat Trump.
See, I love the way he handled that answer because he threw all the appropriate jabs at Biden's record and simultaneously debunked the whole electability argument that we keep hearing over and over again in the mainstream media in regard to Biden. Oh, he's the safe candidate. He might not inspire you, but he's the safe candidate. If he doesn't inspire people, how are you gonna expect people to go to the polls to vote for him?
Yeah, normally I add a lot of things after the progressives speak, including Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. I don't have much to add to that. Finally, thank God, yes. And so part of the reason that progressive candidates don't point out the terrible record of their opponents is because of media pressure. When you do that, are you attacking Joe Biden? Yeah, I'm running against him.
Damn right.
Okay, and he has a terrible record. And I don't want you to find out in the general election. I want you to find out now so we don't lose to Trump again. But the media puts unbelievable pressure. And in fact, after Bernie said that, most of the headlines were like, Bernie attacks a fellow Democrat.
Good.
It's a primary, what the hell are you supposed to do? And so I actually think you should have done this a long time ago, but who cares? We're a month out from Iowa. It's about damn time. Yes, great, fantastic. Do that 1,000 times more. Biden's record is miserable. On the Iraq war, he pushed towards that war even more than Bush did initially. Back in '98, he's constantly talking about, we gotta attack Saddam Hussein, we gotta topple Saddam Hussein. The bankruptcy bill, finally somebody mentioned the bankruptcy bill. You know, if you're a student, you cannot discharge your debt. Donald Trump can discharge all of his debts, and he did it 6 different times. The rich can do it over and over and over again, but students cannot. Why? There's the one person most responsible for that in this country is Joe Biden. If you actually ask the reporters, I mean, they mumble under their breath. I mean, that's true. It was Joe Biden's bill, and he did screw over all of the students in this country. But I can't say it. I can't say it. That's the beloved Joe Biden. He's more electable. Students don't think he's more electable. People who are against the war, which is almost the whole country, don't think he's more electable. It's a mainstream media lie through and through, propaganda, alternative facts. Damn straight you should call it out.
Exactly, and look, Bernie has been warming up to this moment of finally calling out Biden's record. There was an interview that he had with the Washington Post, and he said, quote, "It's just a lot of baggage that Joe takes into a campaign, which isn't going to create energy and excitement. He brings into this campaign a record which is so weak that it just cannot create the kind of excitement and energy that is going to be needed to defeat Donald Trump." And it was because of that quote that Anderson Cooper asked him to elaborate, and he gave that wonderful response to Cooper. But I do want to get into like the nitty-gritty of Biden's record when it comes to foreign policy, because again, he is on the campaign trail making it appear as though he was an opponent of the Iraq invasion, but that is not the case. In fact, Ryan Grimm did an excellent job in The Intercept pointing this out. He writes, Biden publicly supported the war before, during, and after the invasion, but a 1998 Senate hearing sheds additional light on his determination to confront Iraq over weapons of mass destruction. In 1998 UN weapons inspector Scott Ritter resigned in protest and accused the international community of not giving him and his colleagues the support they needed to carry out their job in Iraq, which he agreed in 1991 to destroy its chemical weapons stockpile. Ritter was called to testify before the Senate in September of 1998, where Biden grilled him. In the course of the questions, Biden made revealing remarks about where he stood on regime change in Iraq. And I want to show you a little bit of that exchange. Take a look.
Quite frank, I think what you've done is you've forced us to come to our milk here, all of us in the United States Congress. I think you and I believe, and many of us believe here, as long as Saddam's at the helm, there is no reasonable prospect you or any other inspector is ever going to be able to guarantee that we have rooted out, root and branch, the entirety of Saddam's program relative to weapons of mass destruction. And you and I both know, and all of us here really know, and it's the thing we have to face, that the only way we're going to get rid of Saddam Hussein is we're going to end up having to start it alone, and it's going to require guys like you in uniform to be back on foot in the desert, taking taking Saddam down. You know it, and I know it. So I think we should not kid ourselves here. There's stark choices. I happen to agree with your assessment. A, that diplomacy was picked over inspection-driven confrontation. B, that there's an illusion of arms control that cannot guarantee he will have no system of, no weapons of mass destruction. And C, that as long as he's there, he's concluded he can absorb airstrikes.
And what's incredible is as the years went on, he kept, and as actual experts were telling him that there isn't evidence of weapons of mass destruction, he decided to reject what they had to say and push for war with Iraq. Ryan Grimm writes, Biden had reason to disbelieve the WMD claims. In a classified hearing on September 24th, 2002, at the urging of a staff member, Biden asked then CIA Director George Tenet what evidence of WMDs the US had technically collected. None, Senator, Tenet said, according to an account in the book Hubris by Michael Isikoff and David Korn. Biden, wondering if there was some highly classified evidence, asked Tenet, George, do you want me to clear the staff out of the room? Tenet told him no, there's no reason to, Senator. And he repeated, there's no evidence of weapons of mass destruction.
So I almost wish Joe Biden hadn't run, because I have to confess, I knew most of Joe Biden's record, but not all of it. And it turns out he's way worse and way more right-wing than I realized. So on the war on drugs, he pushed Ronald Reagan to be harsher and to lock up more people. Reagan was too soft for him on the war on drugs. On the Iraq war, there he is in 1998. You saw it with your own eyes, saying there's no other way to do it. We have to take out Saddam root and branch, and we have to get boots on the ground and go into the desert. He's pushing Republicans to go to war in Iraq. So then Tenet, right before the war, says to him, there are no weapons of mass destruction. Then Biden comes out and says, I vote for the war because of weapons of mass destruction. Turns out Biden has always been a right-winger. It's not that he's agreeing with the Republicans because, oh golly gee, I like to do compromise. He's agreeing with them because he agrees with them. Because he agrees with the Republican principles time after time after time. So you want to put a Republican back in office? That's insane. I'm not gonna vote for a guy who thought the Iraq war was a brilliant idea, who voted for the Iraq war. Not only that, who pushed the Republicans into the Iraq war. Hell no is my answer. You got, and the mainstream media, are you ever gonna do your job? The Intercept is doing one brilliant article after another on this. And they're not, these are facts, these are videos, these are quotes. There's no dispute about them. How come ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, New York Times, Washington Post aren't doing these same stories?
Because they want him to win. They want him to win.
These are layups. These are layups. If you were an actual journalist, this is the thing that we're about to make the most momentous decision in about a month. You don't think it's relevant that Biden pushed us into the Iraq war? You don't think that those old quotes are relevant? The old quotes of Biden saying that he wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. You don't think those are relevant? You don't think it's relevant that he did the bankruptcy bill? I asked about the bankruptcy bill in the spin room to his surrogates in front of dozens of reporters. They blithely lied and said, oh, the bankruptcy bill, Biden doesn't have anything to do with that. He was the guy who pushed the bankruptcy bill. Journalists in this country, so-called journalists, are you ever going to do your job? Or do you think your job is to protect the establishment and protect candidates like Joe Biden and lie to everyone and tell them they're the more electable ones? And you should bow your head and vote for the guy who has a less chance of winning because he agrees with your Republican positions.
Ding, 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 ding. We all know what the answer is. We got to take a break. We're gonna change gears when we come back. Don Jr. is showing off his new gun with its white supremacist markings. We'll be back.
I'm Cenk Uygur.
I'm Cenk Uygur.
Of the Young Turks.
Of the Young Turks.
We're here at Occupy Oakland. Yesterday, there were peaceful marches from City Hall to the port.
Young Turks was lucky enough to go to a campaign rally for Bernie Sanders.
However, the protests did turn ugly during the nighttime when a group of anarchists attempted to occupy vacant buildings. You see graffiti all over the place. There was a bonfire in the middle of the street.
Welcome to the Young Turks, fourth day on Occupy Wall Street.
So we just did a tour of the whole Occupy Wall Street compound / town here.
The protests are gaining some traction.
All right, I watch this show all the time. I f***ing love
it. We can make it happen. It's amazing what's happened.
Show me what democracy looks like.
And all of a sudden, everybody feels hope. There is hope.
There is hope.
We can fight back.
We can fight back.
We will fight back.
We will fight back.
And we will win.
And we will win.
Did I think I would like to see a dictator? But if there's going to be one, I want it to be Trump.
TikTok, TikTok.
Where's the line? We've crossed every line you can imagine.
We are a socialist country. It's socialism for the rich.
TikTok, TikTok.
You don't have to know the truth, just believe what they tell you.
There is no bounds to their monstrous hypocrisy.
TikTok.
I think we're gonna win the Senate in 2020. And I think we're gonna have the House, and I think we're gonna have the presidency.
TikTok.
And in 2020, we're going to clean your clock, and we're gonna run you out of town, and we're gonna have an actual democracy in this country.
November of 2020 could also be potentially the greatest day of our lives. Let us whisper of a dream.
With Doe, you can turn your passions into potential investment opportunities. Whether it's cannabis, fashion, travel, video games, or anything in between, you tell them what you're interested in, and they'll help you uncover the investment potential. Doe provides your daily one-stop investment shop with lists of companies that relate to your personal interests, relevant news, and your favorite stocks and videos that unpack today's money-moving headlines in under 3 minutes. Go to doe.com/TYT.
Today, terrible day for the internet, terrible day for America. The internet as we know it is not going to exist anymore.
A real dark day for information, and yet another way that they're bleeding out the democracy.
We're now going to have these gatekeepers of information deciding what we can and can't see, and that's what scares me the most.
Whether you're conservative or progressive or anywhere in the middle, this is the one thing we should all agree to. Protect the internet, because the establishment is coming for it. Don't let them destroy the internet. All right, back on the Young Turks. Let's go to our members first. I bathe in Leon Cooperman's lip quiver, writes in. Remember when MAGA guys kept saying that Hillary would start a war if she won the presidency? Indeed, and it wasn't just the MAGA guys. Chauncey Gardner says a few days ago, Thomas Friedman of the New York Times wrote that the Iranian general was an insignificant player, but was responsible in creating Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and other derivatives. Let me pause there. No, Soleimani was a bad guy, but one of the people he fought the hardest was ISIS, because they are Sunni and he is Shia. This story has never been mentioned by anyone at TYT, we just did. It's important to note that Thomas Friedman is a warmonger, and his opinion pieces in the New York Times are widely followed by the military-industrial complex. Exactly, Thomas Friedman poses a liberal and then turns around and supports every war. Kind of like the entire New York Times. Okay.
Yeah, David Brooks did an interview, I believe it was with PBS, but he pretty much defended Trump assassinating Soleimani and made the argument that it actually makes people safer.
Has the New York Times ever not helped warmongers bring us to war? It's a good question. It's a literal question. Almost every time. Oh, well, the Pentagon says, let's go to war, let's go to war, bomb, bomb, bomb. Oh, we have to. Weapons of mass destruction. Anyway, and all of their analysts, so-called analysts and op-ed writers. Oh, war, we need war. War is the right answer. Liberal New York Times, hilarious. Anyway, Cloyd Von Thundermuffin writes in, Anna and Cenk, I appreciate the authenticity of your analysis. Thank you for speaking truth to power. The majority of Americans and people around the world are against the war and military aggression. These are all our members. They make the show possible. By the way, you also get an extra half hour at the end. Today, we're gonna do Judge Judy backing Bloomberg. That's both fun and enraging. TYT.com/join to become a member and get that extra half hour. Last one is YouTube Super Chat. BTLOTM writes in, whenever there's breaking news, I always check to see what TYT has to say. Keep fighting the good fight. Hashtag no more war. We're right there with you. And so please tell everybody and share the stream, because that's how we got to get bigger and bigger to get our voice out there, a voice of sanity instead of the insanity of the mainstream media that loves war and that loves the corrupt establishment. All right, Anna.
All right. Known endangered animal killer Don Jr. posted a photo of his latest weapon, and he was at a shooting range. And let's take a quick look at what the post was. And as we look at it, let's just remind ourselves of what the United States is currently engaged in foreign policy-wise, our provocations in the Middle East, particularly in regard to Iran. Now let's take a closer look at the markings on the gun. So you have an image of Hillary Clinton behind bars, which is hilarious because Donald Trump is a known criminal who has broken numerous laws and somehow is still not being held accountable for it. But what's getting even more attention is the cross symbol that you see right above Hillary Clinton. That's a symbol that's actually been co-opted by white nationalists, and it's a symbol of the Crusaders. That's actually where it originates from. So let's talk a little bit about that. So on the Jerusalem cross, it was used during the Crusades, a series of military expeditions mounted by European rulers starting in 1095 to capture the Holy Land for Muslims. In other words, to wipe Muslims from the area. Okay, that's what the cross, that's where the cross comes from. That's where the symbol comes from. And it's recently been co-opted by white nationalists. So you wanna jump in, Cenk?
Yeah, so it was seen at the Charlottesville protests that were attended by Nazis. Also involved in the Christchurch shooting in New Zealand where 51 people were killed, mainly Muslims. Breivik, who killed 77 people in Norway, also referred to himself as a crusader against multiculturalism in Europe. So he proudly displays the symbol of mass killers and ones that especially were targeting Muslims and upset about Muslims. And meanwhile, we are killing Muslim leaders in the Middle East right now. That's why he's putting this up on Twitter. And one Republican defended his spokesman, in fact, defended him by saying, oh, he's just owning the libs. Okay, no, you're not doing that, you moron. What you're doing is you're putting our troops in danger. Because when Muslims see that, the president's son is proudly putting a symbol of the Crusaders who not only in the past, but recently have murdered Muslims. They then say, oh, I get it, these guys are here to kill us. They're not here to liberate Iraq or liberate Iran or any of that nonsense that Pompeo and Trump say. Oh, they're here to murder us. So let's make sure we attack them and defend ourselves. So you're getting our troops killed because you wanted to own the libs? Again, proving that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. It is an unbelievable contest as to who's dumber, Donald Trump Sr. or Jr.
Right, and this is a story that's been in the news for 2 days straight, and we finally decided to talk about it, but I don't really know what to say. I mean, this is a story that just reinforces what we already know about Don Jr. and what we know about the Trump administration. They're a bunch of Weasley, conniving, hateful losers who have told us over and over again exactly who they are. And there is a portion of this country that agrees with it, okay? So if you're upset about what Don Jr. is doing, understand that he's representative of a portion of this country. It's a reflection of this country. So what are we gonna do about it? Because I'm honestly kind of tired of talking about it.
Yeah. So look, when you then call him a bigot who hates Muslims, then they get triggered. And they're like, oh my God, killing Muslims is awesome and great and fun. And that's why I put that symbol of people who kill Muslims. But you calling me a bigot, oh my God, killing people, not a big deal. Me being called a bigot, I'm gonna cry about it for days and days and days. Who's triggered now? You are. And so he thinks he's so clever. Look, the thing that I screw him and his stupid family and Hillary Clinton behind bars. Your dad built, well, he didn't build much of a business, it went bankrupt 6 times. But whatever money you guys have left over from your granddad is built on a career of criminality. You all belong in prison. But the bottom line is, and the only thing I care about here is, do not put our troops in danger because you thought it was cool and fun to support white supremacists who murder Muslims.
All right, one other update before we end the second hour. So
I wanted to make sure you understood that we have the votes once the impeachment trial has begun to pass a resolution essentially the same, very similar to the 100-0 vote in the Clinton trial.
All right, that is Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell indicating that he has all the votes he needs to move forward with the Senate trial in the way that he wants it, which is without the witnesses that Democrats are demanding. Now, Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, is still holding on to the articles of impeachment. She refuses to send them to the Senate unless there are witnesses allowed in the Senate trial. And remember, there was this whole media thing about how there are the moderate Republicans like Senator Collins or Senator Murkowski, and that they're gonna fight back against what McConnell's doing here, that they actually want to hear from witnesses. And after giving them all this credit, turns out, oh, what a shocker. No, they're actually gonna go along with what McConnell wants, which is why McConnell has the votes that he needs to move forward in the way that he wants. Now, two key moderates, they still refer to them as moderates, it's hilarious. Senator Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski on Monday evening backed McConnell's position that the Senate should follow the precedent of the 1999 Clinton impeachment trial and defer until later in the process the question of calling additional witnesses. Collins told reporters at Monday evening votes that the Senate should follow the 1999 precedent and consider the question of subpoenaing additional witnesses and documents only after House impeachment managers and Trump's defense team present their ongoing arguments. These people are nothing but complete and utter cowards. They will go around talking about how you shouldn't prejudge, how you shouldn't determine whether or not Donald Trump is guilty until you hear all the evidence. And here they are siding with Mitch McConnell in preventing witnesses from testifying in the Senate trial. The whole reason why I want to talk about this is because the media is a joke for preemptively giving them credit they don't deserve.
And constantly calling them moderates. Which moderate agrees 100% with Mitch McConnell? Which moderate agrees over 90% of the time with Donald Trump? There are no moderates in the National Republican Party. Stop saying it. What it does is it helps the Republicans do propaganda. Oh, most of us are moderate. Oh, Donald Trump's the only one that's a rare exception. Yeah, that's what you said about Bush. That's what you said about Cheney. That's what you say about every. And then afterwards, you then say, no, now Bush is a moderate. Now Cheney's a moderate because of Donald Trump. It's all lies. They're all extreme right wingers. They should all be voted out of office. But I want to say one thing about the Democrats. Look, guys, you have two choices. First of all, send the articles. Okay, send them. You're not going to get any concessions. Now you don't even have Collins or Murkowski. What's your hope? Do they genuinely think that Collins and Murkowski were like, all right, we're gonna back away and endanger ourselves in a Republican primary? You're right, Nancy Pelosi, we're gonna agree with you. If you thought that, you were totally wrong. And if you don't send them, then reopen the articles of impeachment and bring in John Bolton to testify in the House. There's nothing stopping you from doing that.
Thank you, that would be great.
So why don't you just take action right now? Take action, either send the articles or reopen our impeachment in the House and bring in your own witnesses. Nothing stopping you other than you're scared of Republicans. All right, guys, we got great interviews coming up for you and an awesome post game. Stay right here. We get animated about the news. Yes, we're not the robots on TV. I actually care about the news. Guilty, I care.
Senator Sanders, I'm going to do something unusual. I'm going to ask you a policy question.
Hey, how dare you? That's the problem, you're the problem. Don't ever attack the Republicans. Where the is the liberal media? No, these are all establishment guys.
They love the system as it is. They're all enormously rich off the system that exists.
For us, this system isn't working.
So what this campaign is about is trying to create an economy that works not only for the people on top, but works for all Americans.
We're gonna rock the boat. We're gonna be counter-establishment. We're gonna tell people the truth to the best of our abilities, and we're gonna keep it real with them.
It's winter, and it's cold this time of year, isn't it? Well, it might feel chilly, and the wind might bite at your nose. Maybe you want to snuggle up with a hot chocolate, or wrap up warm and wear your biggest coat. But in the grand scheme of things, our earth is too hot, and it's getting even hotter. Our seasons are getting confused. Lots of birds are nesting earlier, and spring flowers are coming out too soon. This is what climate change looks like. It's affecting so many of the things we love, both here in our own backyards and around the world. But we have hope because we know that together we can protect them if we act now and everyone does their bit. So this Christmas, give a gift of love and show the world you care.
How in the world are you going to get the right to vote if you don't already have the right to vote? That's impossible. Reason they tell you things are impossible is because they don't want you to try. It only took 7 years for them to get an amendment to get a right to vote.
Does this result in millions upon millions of Americans losing their coverage? And we've been waiting to find out, and now we know, yes, it will cut millions.
Public education was supposed to be the way to equalize everyone regardless of their socioeconomic status. But if you come from a family that's poor, how are you going to afford grade school for your kids?
This fight is about fairness and morality. It's about the American values.
You think that black people all across the country, in every city, were all lying when they said the police abuse us and the police kill us when they should? No, of course they weren't lying. Yes, it does happen. Yes, they do get targeted more.
Why are we going to put immigrants in prison for 5 years, which American taxpayers have to pay for, if we're so concerned with immigrants using up our so-called resources?
We're gonna do both. We're gonna fight Trump and we're gonna fight the establishment. It is not that hard. Yes, you can do both at the same time. Go tell them.
All right, back on the Young Turks. As I promised all you guys in the last half hour, we got some fun stories for you guys for a change. It's been a pretty serious show, obviously, with our troops getting bombed in Iraq as we speak. But we will lighten it up a little bit then for the members. We got a story about Judge Judy backing Mike Bloomberg. If you don't know how much Judge Judy makes per year, you will fall out of your chair. It is amazing. And I have really good news for you guys that's amusing. That's all in the last half hour. That's tyt.com/join to join us in becoming a member, get all of our content, and support independent media. Okay, joining me now is Adam Eichen. He is campaign manager for Equal Citizens. Adam, welcome to the Young Turks.
Thanks so much for having me.
Adam, there's so many fun things that I want to talk to you about, and important things, including how grassroots money beat Amazon in Seattle. That's an amazing story. I'm gonna get to that in a second. First, for folks who don't know, what is Equal Citizens?
So Equal Citizens is an organization founded by Harvard Law professor Lawrence Lessig. He was on last night talking with the show, and our basic mission is to fight for citizen equality. So fight for campaign finance reform, making sure that every American has a right to vote, ending gerrymandering, establishing ranked choice voting, and reforming the Electoral College. All the ways our democracy is broken, we're looking to fight to fix it.
So on the issue of voting rights, when it comes to the voter suppression that Republicans are doing all across the country, you guys have an interesting idea that Congress can enact legislation banning the states from doing that. Conventional wisdom says, no, it's the states that set those laws. So what are folks getting wrong?
Well, the Constitution is pretty clear. States can control state elections, but Congress very clearly has the authority to regulate congressional elections. And so earlier this year, the House of Representatives passed, or I guess earlier last year, the House of Representatives passed H.R. 1, the For the People Act. What that did is it established a federal oversight of elections in many ways, mandating things like automatic voter registration, same-day voter registration, restoring voting rights to those who are convicted of felonies, all within the purview of Congress. And it's my view, and I think it's the view of Equal Citizens as well, that Democrats, Republicans, those fighting for reform need to be very clear that we need Congress to step up to ensure that every American has the right to vote. It's incredibly important what states are doing across the country to ensure the right to vote. It's incredibly important what states are doing to regulate campaign finance. But Congress does need to do its job, just like it did in 1965, to ensure with the passage of the Voting Rights Act that everybody in America had the right to vote, regardless of the color of your skin. That states' efforts to suppress the vote are unacceptable, and we can't stand for them. And Congress has that power, and it's time for them to use it.
So the Voting Rights Act analogy is very compelling. I want to get back to what the Democrats are doing in a second, but first, I noticed that Jim Sensenbrenner, a Republican from Wisconsin, introduced legislation to basically have a new Voting Rights Amendment Act. Is that real? Is there an actual Republican in the country who doesn't mind people voting?
There was a Republican bill, yes. The better bill was introduced by a Democrat, if I do say so myself. But there are people across the country that are looking to restore the Voting Rights Act. It's absolutely egregious that it hasn't been after the Supreme Court gutted it in 2013 in the Shelby County decision, which kind of gutted the pre-clearance provision, the map that determined pre-clearance, one of the most successful pieces of federal legislation in our country's history pertaining to the right to vote. But yeah, I mean, look, you look at it across the country, and when you talk to ordinary voters, whether they're a Republican or a Democrat, I believe that Americans support the right to vote. Now, it's a different story when you're talking about potentially state-level Republican elected officials, where they seem to be trying to repeal and suppress the right to vote at every turn when given the chance. But the right to vote and our democracy more broadly is still an American issue.
So Adam, sorry to jump in. So you mentioned H.R. 1 earlier, and so was this confirming the right to vote nationally in congressional elections, was it in H.R. 1?
Well, many provisions of H.R. 1 would establish federal oversight of elections in some respects, like with ensuring that every state have automatic voter registration or same-day registration. Later, the United States Congress, the House at least, passed the reauthorization of the Voting Rights Act too. I mean, there are ways to go further than this. Elizabeth Warren has a good plan on democracy reform that would establish, more oversight, more aggressive oversight. Sanders, likewise, has proposed a complete abolition of felon disenfranchisement. He's one of the only people in the field to go so far as to say that the right to vote should never be taken away, regardless if you're convicted of a felony. That's a very phenomenal proposal that goes beyond H.R. 1. And Sanders and a couple other candidates like Amy Klobuchar seem to be toying with a system of universal registration, such that whenever you turn 18, whenever somebody turns 18, you're automatically registered to vote. It's slightly different than what we call automatic voter registration, where you interact with a governmental agency and you are automatically registered to vote there. But there are a lot of great ideas going around. The key then is to move some of this legislation from the House to the Senate and get it past Mitch McConnell, which has proven to be a Herculean effort.
Right. I want to get on to Amazon, but I got to ask you just a little bit more about this. So this is one that all the Democrats should be united on because it's not a progressive or moderate or conservative Democrat issue. It's whether Democrats are even allowed to vote. So it's in their self-interest. So there should be no disagreement here. So why not push for a universal registration period for all the Democrats? What's the downside?
Well, I think that that's something that is becoming more normalized among the caucus. I think that we've taken progressive steps. States across the country have passed automatic voter registration. They're the ones who led with AVR in the states, and I think that in some respects the congressional Democrats were behind on some of these policies, but now they're ready to catch up. And but look, that said, I say that jokingly. It's incredibly exciting that HR 1 passed nearly unanimously within the Democratic caucus. I think one person missed it. I think I forget who it was, wasn't present for it. But essentially every Democrat voted for it. I don't believe there was a single Republican who voted for it, unless you consider the former Democrat, now Republican in New Jersey. So maybe it is a bipartisan bill now.
Yeah, Jeff Andrew. Yeah, so look, last thing on this. So why doesn't McConnell move on it? My thesis is the mainstream media. They don't tell people that McConnell is blocking the right to vote, but which he quite literally is. And so is our main opponent here the fact that the media will call this issue 50-50, even though it is not remotely 50-50?
I mean, I think that there just has to be more awareness of the fact that Mitch McConnell is blocking HR 1. I think if you were to poll the provisions in HR 1, they're overwhelmingly possible, or positive rather. Americans approve of it. I mean, a recent poll from the New York Times a couple of years ago showed that 85% of Americans wanted fundamental change in the way we fund our elections, and HR 1 has a public financing provision in it. And if we actually really drew attention to the fact that Mitch McConnell is blocking something that the overwhelming majority of Americans would support, it may actually add some pressure to Mitch McConnell. That said, he's been very clear that he thinks that HR 1, this pro-democracy, with a small d democracy, Democratic bill, is a power play to support the big capital D Democrats. Of course, that's ridiculous. This is just a bill to enfranchise and empower everyday Americans. So he's clearly playing some political games here.
No, it's clear to people who care about facts, but to so-called reporters, they don't care about the facts. What they care about is I need access to Republicans, so I'll hide the facts from our readers, from our viewers, and pretend that Mitch McConnell also cares about democracy, and pretend that this is a 50-50 issue when, as you point out, 85% of Americans say, no, McConnell is wrong. We actually think that everybody should vote. If the media covered it accurately, they would point out that McConnell is against voting rights. But instead, they cover for him and aid and abet his anti-democratic principles. Okay, that's my opinion. It's clear. Let's move on to Amazon. What was Amazon trying to do in Seattle, and then how did we beat it back?
So I think the story of Amazon is one of the most fascinating and encouraging stories of the last local elections in 2019. Amazon and a coalition of big business in Seattle spent about $4 million to try and influence the city council there. This is after the city council tried to impose a head tax on Amazon and like-minded businesses, big businesses, to try and get some revenue from them. Amazon fought back. The city council repealed the tax. It's a long story, and Amazon said, that's not enough. It's not enough. We won. We're going to try and take over the city council. Now, Seattle in 2015 passed a public financing system in which every resident gets 4 $25 vouchers that they can give to any eligible local candidate for office. And this public financing system, it was remarkably successful in 2017. And in 2019, almost every single candidate ran on vouchers. And what these vouchers did is it gave every progressive candidate who was running against Amazon a chance to be a viable candidate. It gave them the necessary money to start their campaign, be a viable candidate, and run for office successfully. And in the end, Amazon lost in 5 of the 6 places where there was a clear pro-Amazon candidate and an anti-Amazon candidate. So this is a remarkable success story of the power of public financing of elections.
Yeah, I love that story, and it's super encouraging. It's only $25. I think the democracy dollars that Andrew Yang talks about is a similar proposal, even better, arguably. Jill Brandon wanted to make it $600. Totally agree. But can I hear 1,000? But I want to, Adam, I want to get a sense of scale. So Amazon spent $4 million and still lost. I don't know if you know this specific fact. How much were the people who were taking the public financing vouchers able to raise?
I would have to double check that for you, but I mean, they were able to raise not quite enough to compete with all the outside spending. Again, Amazon spent about 1.5 in conjunction with a larger business coalition of 4 million. So the candidates and both sides, the kind of Amazon candidates and the anti-Amazon candidates, both accepted for the most part these vouchers. So again, the vouchers extended to both sides of this debate. But what it did is it created a threshold to run that viable campaign. And in the end, they were released from their spending limits and were able to raise more from the grassroots. And one of the things here that's so amazing about these vouchers is it's not just the public money, right? It's also about the ways in which when you actually give in Seattle 4 $25 vouchers to everyday voters, they all of a sudden become politically interested in many respects, right? It gives them a sense that their voice matters, and that may well have increased the amount that they were paying attention to politics, or municipal politics, that is. Because what you also saw is, in addition to vouchers, you saw a proliferation of small dollar donations as well. So in addition to the vouchers. So more research has to be done on this story, but it may well have been that these public financing vouchers actually really encouraged civic engagement in a way that might have been unprecedented there.
All right, one super last thing. I think that it being an quote unquote Amazon candidate is just about the saddest thing in the world. Were they all Republicans or were they Democrats too?
Oh, it's Seattle, so a lot of these people were pretty progressive for the national politics. So it really was a defined case of local politics. It wasn't quite along the left-right split.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they were progressive. I would say they were people pretending to be Democrats while being Amazon candidates, something we do see all across the country. Okay, Adam Eichen from Equal Citizens, thank you for joining us. Great conversation.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, no problem. All right, when we come back, our own Jonathan Larson. Did we get Amy Klobuchar to stop participating or at least leading the National Prayer Breakfast Group? Well, it's got some nuance to it, but it's a really cool story. We'll talk about that when we come back. I'll predict right here for you, Chris. I think Donald Trump will leave office before his term is up. He'll be humiliated, embarrassed, and I know him. He's not going to want to lose, and he's going to run for the hills.
You got that bet all day long.
Okay, let's get after it. Now, so look, Jake has made some good predictions, and this is in good fun. I could not disagree more.
There's a little bromance between the two of them. You got that bet all day long, Janky, you. Oh, you stop. In the meantime, let's call him out on the damage.
No, but
I just got a Roku set. Did basically a little bit of channel surfing, and I was like, there we are. Yeah. There we are. And then I turned it on, and it was John and Brett on Damage Report making fun of me.
Oh no.
So you are so busted. I even took a picture of it, okay? And they're talking about my predictions. I got a new prediction for you, John Idarola.
You're doing a show that's blowing the doors off everybody.
Young Turks is the largest online news network, not a big deal. We're gonna rock the boat. We're gonna be counter-establishment. We're gonna tell people the truth to the best of our abilities. We're so sick of this corruption. We're not the robots on TV. I actually care about the news. Guilty, I care. Fourth day on Occupy Wall Street. Last night we launched Wolfpack. It's us pushing our ideas out there, trying to help the country in every way that we can, trying to make this place just a little bit better.
Reporting from the Hillary-Bernie debate, I gotta be honest, you know what we do, we cover it for real.
For us, this system isn't working.
Free and fair elections.
And when he told the cops that day when they came to drag her away, and he said, if you're gonna chain her, you're gonna chain me. If you're gonna arrest her, you're gonna arrest me.
Doe will pay for your first share of stock. Doe is unlimited commission-free stock trades and great ideas from real traders. When you head to doe.com/TYT, your first share of stock is on them. Learn how you can become an owner, not just a consumer, at doe.com/TYT.
Hi, I'm Bartholomew Joseph Kyle. I do audio for the main show, The Young Turks. I also do audio for Post Game. I started in 2006. I met Cenk Uygur at the Iraq for Sale screening that was directed by Robert Greenwald. And watching that, I want to figure out a way to be part of something that's genuine and authentic.
All right, back on the Young Turks. Joining me now is our own managing editor, Jonathan Larson. He is at TYT Investigates. That's the objective reporting arm of the Young Turks. Jonathan, I want to talk to you about a couple of stories that are coming out and have come out. One's about Buttigieg. Before we go to Klobuchar on the prayer breakfast, let's talk about this one. So The Root is coming out with a story about Buttigieg. What can you tell us about it, and how do we work with them on it?
Production between TYT and The Root. It'll be published at tyt.com tomorrow, if everything works out, and as well as on The Root. And essentially what happened was a source in South Bend provided me with some documents, and I was looking into them, and the source told me that they had heard that Mike Harriet of The Root had also come into possession of these documents. And so I reached out to Mike, who you may remember sort of had a moment of fame there when he wrote a piece for The Root saying Pete Buttigieg is a lying MF. He then got an interview with Buttigieg, all of this stuff. So I asked him, hey, I've heard you've got these documents too. You want to work together? And he said, yeah, so we did.
It's funny what the different people's reactions are. Because if you had called Buttigieg a lying MF, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have given you an interview. But
I've been asking for an interview since April, so maybe I've been going about it wrong.
Right, but I love Mike's work, and I'm glad he did that piece because it wasn't about the curse. It was the substance of what he wrote in that piece that was challenging a Buttigieg in exactly the right way. And I've actually read the story that's going to come out tomorrow, and it is a doozy. So please, everybody, check out tyt.com and The Root for that story coming out about Buttigieg and honestly about African Americans and law enforcement in South Bend. It's amazing. The fact that the mainstream media is not covering it is astounding. I mean, I'll ask you one more thing about that, and then we'll move on to Klobuchar. Jonathan, how do you think the mainstream media would have covered it if you or anyone else had broken a story about when Bernie Sanders, as mayor of Burlington, had demoted the black police chief, and there were cops on tape who were saying, we got to Bernie's donors and got him to get rid of the black police chief so that white people can be in charge. How do you think the press might have reacted to that one?
Yeah, I mean, look, there are, you can possibly defend it if they don't trust TYT, if they're not used to the fact that we are now doing original reporting by the same rules, if not better than the ones that give us the content at the AP and the New York Times. Maybe that's the best defense you can offer, but that's not a good one because it's pretty easy, right? You can just go to the Buttigieg folks and say, hey, is this reporting true or not?
Yeah, it's the bare minimum. Or you might actually go to South Bend and find out for yourself if it's true or not.
Actually, some of them have tried. I've been told by my sources that some of them have gone to South Bend, and for whatever reason, they haven't been able to come up with the same stuff, or they have decided not to go with it. I don't know.
Yeah, fairly convenient, it appears to me, but that's my opinion. All right, let's go back to your reporting. So, story out about Amy Klobuchar on the National Prayer Breakfast. So, she hasn't exactly dropped out, has she? What has she done with the National Prayer Breakfast?
So, every year, the National Prayer Breakfast sends out an invitation on, it's essentially, it looks like congressional letterhead, and you see all the members of the House and all the members of the Senate and the 2 co-chairs from Congress who are inviting you, whoever you might be, Russian or otherwise, to the National Prayer Breakfast. And it's typically the people who are at the heart of, closest to the Fellowship Foundation, AKA the family, who show up on this letterhead. We saw last year's letterhead. Amy Klobuchar was there. She's been a participant in the breakfast before. This year, we actually asked the TYT Army for help to identify who was going this year. We were using hashtag Democrats in the Family, and we got a tip. We followed it up. The Fellowship Foundation confirmed that the letterhead that we found was accurate. Klobuchar is not on it. Does that mean she's not going? Does that mean she's not participating in some way? We don't know. She didn't answer.
But she has clearly taken some action to take herself off that letterhead.
Well, it's hard without knowing the process. The Fellowship Foundation didn't exactly explain it either. Is there some other reason she's not on other than wanting to distance herself? We don't know. But we did find out by comparing that the number of Democrats compared to Republicans, there's a greater disparity this year than we've seen in the past. And a number of Democrats are gone, and a fair amount of the number who are new to the list are fairly new to Congress as well. So it's, and there's not, I should note also, a lot of progressives there. And last year, as you recall, Ro Khanna and Ted Lieu, both progressive members of the House, told us that, at least in part in response to our reporting, they had some questions about the breakfast and the Fellowship Foundation's involvement, and they were not inclined to go. So whether that trend is continuing, whether other people are starting to pay attention to our reporting, to the Netflix documentary, to the FBI findings about what went on with the Russians, we don't know.
All right, so I want to get to one of the financiers of this group in a second, because that's a really interesting part of the story and connects to some of the Democrats. But first, look, my opinion is that this is an extremist group, and Democrats that go to it are aiding and abetting this group, and they shouldn't. There's plenty of other places to get breakfast in DC, but let's talk about the facts here. What are the concerns about the prayer breakfast group?
So the concerns go back quite a ways. President Obama got some heat from LGBTQ groups and allies for speaking to the Fellowship Foundation's breakfast, because there was some reported involvement with anti-gay legislation in Uganda. And when I say anti-gay, I mean death penalty anti-gay. So that was one thing. More recently, the FBI reported that the family, a leader in the family, they didn't name him, but we found out who it was, essentially handed Maria Butina and Alexander Torshin, Russian operatives, tickets to the National Prayer Breakfast, which we now know, thanks to the FBI, the Russians were hoping to use to exploit the connections that they can make there to influence US policy, to network and make connections that would benefit them. And we also found, TYT reported, that the Fellowship Foundation sponsored congressional travel to Europe that included meetings with anti-gay leaders and anti-Semitic leaders. And the other thing we reported was that not only did the Fellowship give tickets to Russians, we found through tax returns that an affiliated group which was connected with the same leader that the FBI identified without naming, same guy was involved there. That group reported expenses related to Russian attendance, meaning that someone somewhere decided to spend some money to bring the Russians there. Where that money came from, who made that decision and why, again, we still don't know. And that was part of what Ro Khanna and Ted Lieu were concerned about, was without knowing more, we don't know exactly what we're participating in. Obviously, I'm paraphrasing, but that was the gist of some of the concerns.
It was always insane for the Democrats to participate in this obvious right-wing group. So, we're just having prayer together. No, they're sending people to go execute gay people in Uganda. It's absolutely outrageous, let alone all the other places they're going to try to pass anti-LGBTQ legislation. That's before we even found out. I was going to say about the Russian infiltration, but it wasn't much of an infiltration because of your reporting. We find out, no, they were actually invited in and paid for to some degree. And so they could not only influence Republicans, but Democrats, which then leads me to the question of, why are the Democrats doing this? And I notice in your latest story that there's a Delaware poultry magnate, Ron Cameron, who finances this breakfast and this group. And look at that, the two biggest Democrats still involved are Chris Coons and Tom Carper, senators from Delaware. What an amazing coincidence.
Yeah, well, the Ron Cameron, as others reported first, is a poultry billionaire. He's also very close to Donald Trump. He's spent at least close enough to have spent the 2018 midterms election eve watching the returns at the White House with Trump. He gives to Republicans all over the country, but not in Delaware. In Delaware, Coons and Carper have been left alone. And what that means, we don't know.
Yeah, no, I know. Your job's to report the facts, my job's to interpret them. Well, look at that. There's two Democrats that Ron Cameron has decided that he is not going to spend money against. In a sense, that's a form of bribery. You could just give to the Republicans as he does, or you could withhold from Republicans in Delaware, kind of a protection racket from this chicken hawk, if you will. And lo and behold, Coons and Carper wind up cheerleading for your extremist right-wing group. Funny how that turns out. Look, there are still several other Democrats that are on the letterhead. Generally speaking, who are they?
So as I mentioned earlier, that a fair number of them are new to Congress, and a fair number of them are conservative Democrats. There are we lost a bunch from last year's invitation, but this year's new Democrats from the Senate anyway, because there are fewer there, Tim Kaine, Joe Manchin, and Doug Jones.
Joe Manchin, really?
Right. Right, and look, to your point about we've always known they were right wing, all of this, the former leader Doug Coe made a point of reaching out to Democrats, right? Gore, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, these people had relationships and connections with Coe. How true that is now, it's unclear because it's also not a monolith. The organization is not a monolith, and to some extent, there are indications that there are tensions within the group of what it should be and how it should conduct itself in the future, both around the breakfast and obviously in its other activities as well. And to your point about Democrats participating or not participating, do you mind if I bring up Jess Scarane, or were you going to bring her up?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so after our story went up yesterday, Jess Scarane is a progressive candidate who is primarying Chris Coons in Delaware for the Senate seat. And she retweeted the article and she said, I'm quoting her tweet now, most Democrats are clearly distancing themselves from the National Prayer Breakfast, rightfully so, since it sponsors sanction homophobia and bigotry. So why does @Chris Coons still proudly support this event?
By the way, Chris Coons also one of the biggest surrogates for Joe Biden. But God forbid the national media should ask him about that either. Okay, but we do reporting at TYT, and Jonathan is among the folks who do it, thanks to you guys. So TYT.com, the Klobuchar story and the prayer breakfast story is out today. And then the big Buttigieg story drops tomorrow, so everybody check that out as well. Jonathan, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, and if I could take a second, if the TYT Army wants to get in touch with their representatives and ask them, are you planning to attend? Are you planning to participate in this year's National Prayer Breakfast? Use the hashtag Democrats in the Family on Twitter. Let us know.
All right, wonderful. All right, thank you, Jonathan.
Thanks, Cenk.
Yep. When we come back for the members, Judge Judy makes an interesting, if not compelling, case for Mike Bloomberg. And then I had really good news yesterday that I wanted to share with you guys. What is that? TYT.com/join and become a member and get the post game. We'll be right back.
This man had evil veins. This man had evil veins.
All right, we're back on the Young Turks post game with our non-evil veins and our angelic.
No, my veins are evil at sometimes, like during times when like I need to draw blood and they can't get the vein right. Like I have dainty veins.
Oh, really?
I've been told by doctors.
Okay.
So, which actually really sucks because then they can't find it and then they poke me multiple times and it's terrible. Do you have dainty veins?
No, I have strong veins.
Evil veins.
Okay.
All right.
So we have a serious story for you guys and then 2 fun stories.
Yes. So, a group of police officers in Los Angeles have been taken out of active duty following an investigation that determined that they were falsifying documents and fabricating evidence to portray individuals as gang members when in reality they weren't gang members at all. According to the Los Angeles Times, the officers assigned to special patrols in South Los Angeles are suspected of falsifying field interview cards during stops and inputting incorrect information about those questioned in an effort to boost stop statistics. In at least one case, body camera and car recordings did not match the accounts in the field interview cards. So this is a shocking story, not because of what the cops did, but it's shocking because this investigation was launched in the first place. It was launched immediately after a mother complained that the cops had identified her 19-year-old son as a gang member. And she's like, no, my son is not a gang member. I'm gonna go talk to the supervisor. So she did, and they immediately investigated it. And all the credit in the world to the LAPD for doing that. They found that there was wrongdoing and they immediately took those cops off of active duty.
So you're right, that is stunning. But I also want to talk about the larger issue, which if you're not familiar with it, will be stunning to you. Now, a lot of African Americans are familiar with it because they live it. And we've talked to JR and some others on the show about this phenomenon and their lived experience with it. But the stats now.
Can I go to the stats since we have graphics?
Yeah.
All right, so this has to do with African Americans who are stopped by LAPD. Metro officers stopped African American drivers at a rate more than 5 times their share of the city's population. Nearly half the drivers stopped by Metro are black, which has helped drive up the share of African Americans stopped by the LAPD overall from 21% to 28% since the Metro expansion. And by the way, the Metro expansion was in response to an uptick in violent crime. And what do? They expand the police force and the police force immediately targets African Americans. And did that actually yield more results in terms of like arrests? No. By the way, in the city, the city is 9% black, right? So they accounted for 21 to 28% of the stops, and the city is 9% black, just to give you an idea of how disproportionate it is. Metro's vehicle stops have not proven effective though, netting about 1 arrest for every 100 cars stopped, while coming at a tremendous cost to innocent drivers who felt they were being racially profiled, because they were being racially profiled.
So a lot of those numbers are just flat out stunning. So if you stopped 100 random people, you'd think you'd find something criminal in more than 1 out of 100. I'm surprised that the number is that low. So meaning that African Americans are incredibly innocent. Now to normal people, I hope, to progressives, to people who are informed, that is obvious. But to a lot of Americans, it is not at all obvious. I mean, look at what the cops are doing here in LA. So again, now we're giving them credit for starting to clean this up. But they go, okay, we got a lot of crime. What are we gonna do? Don't worry about who's actually doing the crime. Let's just target African Americans. And so, but wait, do the statistics bear out they're doing the crime? No, it doesn't matter. Let's just target them. Because now I gotta keep up my stats. So the first number is also stunning, that they're pulled over at 5 times the rate. Again, if you're African American, it's not at all stunning, right? 5 times the rate than their share of the city's population. So we talk about white privilege from time to time on the show. It doesn't mean that you're rich or that your life is great or that somebody handed a lot of stuff to you if you're white. Okay, what it means is a lot of folks in this country, specifically African Americans, have it way worse than you. You just don't know it because you haven't experienced what they've experienced. So all we're trying to do is get you to understand those numbers, understand that phenomenon. So you go, oh, as much as my life has a lot of issues, well, that guy over there is getting stopped by the cops nonstop. And I might get stopped every once in a while, but if I do, an African American guy gets stopped 5 times as much. And is it true, that they had it coming? Because that's a lot of the folklore that comes not only from the right wing, but by the media a lot. Every time there's an African American in that did commit a crime, local news goes nuts and puts their face 100%. All over the news, et cetera. And that's how we get this propaganda. The reality is, no, they're not actually doing the crimes. And the stats bear that out. So, man, that's, I don't know that white privilege is the right term for it. It's more of a discrimination against African Americans. But even when you mention that, a lot of folks, not just right wingers, but again, because of this conditioning, a lot of independents, et cetera, recoil. Oh, no, they're just complaining, they're just whining. Well, if they kept pulling you over when you didn't do anything wrong, you would also justifiably, quote unquote, complain.
You guys, the statistics, it's right here. It's right here. Like, we're not making it up. The statistics are right here. It shows you how disproportionate it is when African Americans get pulled over relative to what their population is in the city. But more importantly, how low the actual arrest rate is because they're actually not doing anything wrong in the vast majority of cases. And more importantly, this story is about the cops fabricating documents in order to incriminate innocent people. I mean, if you don't believe the evidence, I don't know what to tell you. And I have no interest in reasoning with people like that.
Right, so but for the rest of us, it's important that you know it. It's important, by the way, that you also spread the message and tell your family, friends. And if you hear people talking about, oh, they're whining, they're complaining, go, no, wait a minute. That's not true. The reality is there is systematic and systemic injustice towards African Americans, even in so-called progressive cities like Los Angeles. Imagine what it's like in other places. Although Los Angeles has a terrible history of the police abusing African Americans. So just understand that reality. And guys, super last thing. I don't know why I try to get right wingers to empathize. I don't know. I do know it does work from time to time. But imagine if the cops decided, you know what, we're gonna target white males. We don't like white males. We're gonna target them at 5 times the rate of anyone else. Already you'd be losing your mind, right? Imagine that was public, everybody knew that stat. Oh yeah, the government has decided, the big government has decided, we're gonna go after white males and we're gonna target them 5 times more than anybody else. And then you found out the arrest rate was 1%. It was totally unjustified. You double lose your mind. And that's what African Americans have lived with, not just now, but for hundreds of years in this country and worse.
All right, let's have some fun, kind of, I guess.
Okay, the real fun, it's a short story, is the good news I had yesterday. But let's do Judge Judy first. You're right, you're right.
Let me just preface this by saying that the good news is not gonna be that great. Okay?
Well, hold.
Like, Jake always lets us down when it comes to that kind of stuff, okay? And I'm tired of being let down, I'm calling you out.
Okay,
all right.
She's calling me out.
Yeah.
It's on a scale of 11 for getting called out. All right.
Listen, I just wanna talk about Judge Judy now because the people are real, the rulings are real. Damn it, I messed it up. God damn it. All right, let's move on. So Judge Judy, the TV judge, has endorsed Michael Bloomberg. Does this mean anything? No. But it's a fun story, so let's go for it. Now,
I have stunning facts about this in a minute.
So she decided to endorse Mayor Bloomberg for multiple reasons that I disagree with, and we'll get to that in just a minute. But first, let's go to this fun TV ad that she put out for him.
I'm Judge Judy Scheindlin. I like to say you can judge someone's character by what they've done. Mike Bloomberg has done amazing things and will be a truly great president. No one comes close to Mike Bloomberg's executive achievement, government experience, and impactful philanthropy. His steady leadership will unite our country and bring us through these very challenging times.
I'm Mike Bloomberg, and I approve this message.
What? I mean, this is the guy who fought back against the Central Park Five after they had been exonerated using DNA evidence. They wanted to sue the city for their wrongful convictions, rightfully so, because they spent time in prison for a crime they didn't commit. Mayor Bloomberg fought them for 10 years.
No, Anna, you're thinking of Donald Trump. Oh, right, you're right, it's both of them.
It's both of them, yeah.
Donald Trump put out an ad saying that we should execute them. When they were exonerated, he said, well, they probably were up to no good in Central Park anyway. In other words, we should put them in prison anyway. And Bloomberg essentially agreed. In fact, what Bloomberg did is worse because it wasn't rhetorical. It was actually taking action and fighting them in court for year after year after year, saying, I want to deny you justice, even though we all know you're innocent. That we found the real guy, his DNA matches, and he confessed, and he's a serial rapist. But Bloomberg didn't care. So I'm gonna get to a fun part of this in a second, but Scheindlin said New York City has the most diverse population of any place in the United States of America. Well, that's true, but that's not because of Bloomberg, and Bloomberg didn't do anything positive about it. He arrested, or he did stop and frisk to African Americans and Latinos. I think 94% of the time it was them.
Yeah,
okay?
you know.
Did he do stop and frisk at his beloved Wall Street where he made all of his money with his Bloomberg terminals? Even though it is a nest of vipers and criminals there? Nope, never did stop and frisk at Wall Street. Okay, yeah, the area is diverse. That doesn't mean anything if you use that diversity as a weapon rather than helping that diversity.
So look, I want to go to an exchange between Sunny and Judge Judy on The View. They were on together recently. So we'll go to that video next, just letting you guys know. But before we do so, I just want to preface it by saying, I don't think the whole stop and frisk thing is a bug, but rather a feature for Judge Judy. Because if you watch her show, and I'm gonna confess, when I was a kid, I would watch her show with my mom. And
Guilty.
No, and I thought it was like, her show's been on the air since 1996. Did you know that? Crazy.
At the end, I'm gonna tell you how much money she makes.
Okay, yeah, I have those numbers too. But look, the reason why, what?
Is she trying to show me up? Is that what's happening here?
No, it's just like you always step on my lines, but it's okay.
All right.
Look, I watched an episode recently because I happened to be visiting my parents and it was on, and it's gross how she talks to people of color, right? That's the whole point of her show. She's degrading and demeaning to people. And it rubbed me the wrong way, but nonetheless, let's go to this quick exchange. Again, this is on The View between Sunny and Judge Judy.
Terry versus Ohio was a Supreme Court of the United States decision in 1968. And it provided the police the ability to stop on suspicion, not probable cause, someone and pat them down. You remember, they're called Terry stops. That procedure was started long before Mike Bloomberg in New York City, but it was enhanced.
Abused it.
The New York Police Department, under the Bloomberg administration, continued previous administrations, and I think stepped it up.
Yeah.
And I actually believe that, and I watched him when he spoke, I think that it got to him, people got to him, and they say, you know, when you're stopped and you don't have a gun, and you aren't doing anything wrong, that moment can stay with you forever. And I think he never looked at it from that perspective. And I think that having been faced with it now and spoken to people, I think it came from his heart when he said, I'm sorry that it happened to so many people who were innocent of any wrongdoing.
Yeah, no, not buying it at all. That's not at all what happened. He never stopped it while he was mayor. And people like Judge Judy loved it. Why? Because African Americans and Latinos were actually criminals and he was stopping them and it was effective? No, it was not effective at all. But it made rich white people feel better. Oh, he's going after the minorities that are okay, as long as I'm safe, it makes me feel safer. It's not really, doesn't make me actually safer, but I feel safer. He didn't have a genuine contrition there. Mike Bloomberg only disavowed after he was out of office. Not only that, a long time after, right as he's about to run for president, after he made up his mind on which party he was in, because he's been a Republican, he's been an independent, he's been a Democrat. Now he says, I guess the Democratic Party is easier to win in because I'd like power. And so if I'm gonna run as a Democrat, I have to pretend that I didn't agree with the policy that I had the entire time I was mayor for 3 terms.
Yeah, look, she's really rich and she hasn't endorsed a candidate until now. So she's stayed out of politics, which I think was a smart move. Because why? Like why? It doesn't seem like it's something that really drives her. Why get mired in the muck right now to endorse like one of the worst candidates, if you ask me? And like, I'm just gonna go back to how much money she makes. So she's the highest paid TV star, highest paid period, not like highest paid in daytime or no, highest paid period, $47 million per year for Judge Judy. Yeah, that's right. That is the right reaction. The studio, like everyone like lost it.
Sanity in control room tonight. Wait till you find out how many days a year she works.
She works 52 days per year, and that means that her pay averages $900,000 per day. Per day.
Per day.
Per day.
Per day. Imagine you show up to work, they're like, hey, Bob, nice job today. Here's $900,000. You show up the next day, another $900,000. And again for decades. So, but the average is stunning. But to me, the 52 days is what gets under my skin. 47 million bucks, and she only has to work 52 days out of 365.
It
is literally the best job in the world.
It is, and I know why it gets under your skin because we do 52 days worth of work in one day.
I know, we were nonstop getting none of that. That's okay, that's a bitter man, that's fine. Okay.
No, it's not fine, definitely bitter. And it's like, we don't even really get, like we have to earn days off. Like there's no like, hey, you guys, it's this holiday so you get it off. No, we have to do extra work in order to make up for the day that we're gonna get off because that's just the nature of this business for a company like ours that isn't funded by massive multinational corporations. I had to complain a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so look, she comes from the golden age of TV where everyone on TV made insane gobs of money. And so she had big ratings. She's still doing okay, but in her prime, like we were saying, 47 million a year, this giant contract. And even those 52 days that she worked, it's just like she comes in, a bunch of people say, I did this right, I did that right or wrong, etc. And she goes, you suck, you're the worst, I vote for you. Easiest job in the world, So there is no justice. Anyway, so last thing that's political, and then I'll tell you her overall worth.
I just got very dizzy.
Yeah, I know. She said things were run effectively and efficiently during his 12 years as mayor. If you're a mega multi-millionaire and you wanted the appearance of feeling safe, yeah, for you, for the folks that wealthy, I guess they were run efficiently.
Yeah, look, we know why she likes Bloomberg. Bloomberg speaks to people like her. Why are we surprised? This means nothing. I don't care, okay? She's a freaking TV judge who's salty when she should be the happiest person on the planet because she has the easiest job on the planet. And Bloomberg's not gonna win. He's trying to buy this election and he's a loser that no one has any interest in other than Judge Judy. Let's move on with our lives.
I'll tell you though, he is rising the polls because that $120 million in TV advertising is starting to work.
Okay, please, let's talk about something else. Anything else, anything else. Let's talk about your
I'm gonna
good
give
news.
you one last stat. So she has, at minimum it appears, a net worth now of $400 million. For yelling at people, what, less than 1/6 of the year, right?
She sounds like she deserves a tax cut.
Less than 1/7 of the year, okay? And she's like, I need a tax cut. We got to put Bloomberg in, okay?
If we don't give her a tax cut, she might move to another country with lower taxes.
Okay, I wouldn't want to lose her. National treasure. Okay.
She does look better with that little low pony. I'm into it.
Okay, on the upside.
Better than the fro, okay? The weird like Judge Judy fro that she dons on every episode. Look at that low pony. It's more of a chignon. I'm into it.
I have no idea what the words you're using mean. Okay.
Show off that bling girl. I see you.
Okay.
Okay. What's your good news?
Okay, you guys ready for the big good news? So yesterday, I'm outside in my backyard taking a call.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the?
All right, so far disappointing, just like I expected.
Yeah, and I'm like, something, oh my God, a bird pooped on me.
Seriously?
Okay, all right, listen. Let's hold on. Let's be fair, okay?
Is that it? That's it? That's all that happened?
Yeah, what do you mean that's it? Okay, come back.
Wasting my goddamn time.
Come back with your low pony. Hold on. So, for those of you who don't know, there's facts behind this. Okay, there's science behind this. So it is a Turkish superstition, it's also in other cultures, that if a bird shits on you, that's great luck, okay? Now, you might be a little dubious, understandably, but you'd be wrong. I've only had bird poop on me one other time, okay, in my life. That was the day that I got into pet, okay? So I was waiting, like I was on the wait list. I was really stressing it. I will go on a walk in my hometown. I've already gone through orientation at a different college, and all of a sudden, a bird shits all over me. And my mom's like, "Oh my God, that's amazing!" I was out with my mom. She's like, "That's so great." I'm like, "Why is it so great?" She tells me the story. I'm like, "Mom, that's the most outrageous, ridiculous thing I've ever heard." We go home. There's a letter from Penn. I open it. Congratulations, you're in.
I'm so happy for
I
you.
rest my case. No, listen, guys. Judge Judy says I'm right, you're wrong. You really don't believe?
Cenk, are you serious? Is that really the good news you wanted to share with us? Oh my God, our lives are so sad, guys.
Okay, have you guys heard the story? A lot of you, no, some of you did. I'm sure a lot of you didn't. So, okay, this one doesn't believe in Turkish
It's still going. It's still going. He's still talking about it. It's amazing.
First of all, is that also true
if Armenian culture? Yes, yes.
Yeah,
it's all bullshit. All of it is bullshit, right? It's all about trying to like.
Shit. Yeah, thank you, Brandon.
Yeah, it's all a way to like make you feel better about how your life sucks. Right?
Hold.
So it's like something bad happens, and it's like no. It's like when you tell someone that you had a traumatic dream where someone you loved got murdered, and people are like, no, it's a good thing. That means that person is actually going to live a much longer life.
See, our cultures are nearly identical.
I know.
So nobody else has that. I'm not saying nobody. I don't know if the Italians have it, the Syrians have it, et cetera. But Turks and Americans certainly don't have it. But Turks and apparently Armenians, if someone dies in your dream and you tell them, you're like, oh, you're like traumatized by you telling me, they're like, oh, great news. That means they're going to live really long. So now also in Turkish culture, if it rains, that's great blessing. If it's sunny, how wonderful. So you can't lose.
Win-win.
And how do you think I turn out this optimistic? See, it works. Okay.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't work with everyone. It only works for the gullible. Okay.
Oh.
Grew up in similar cultures. Didn't work for me.
Okay.
I like honesty. Okay.
Yes.
If your life sucks, if someone's life sucks, let's just be honest about it.
Hold. Okay. Salt veins over here. So my mom. This is a story you guys, some of you might have heard. My mom has a dream after I co-founded the Just Democrats, okay? And she tells me about it, and she says, Cenk, did you do something recently? And I was like, oh. Yeah, we just launched this group called Just Democrats. She's like, oh, okay. I don't know what this dream has something to do with it, but I feel like it does. I said, what's in the dream? She said, there's a young woman with long black hair riding a stallion, leading your armies to victory. And I'm like, oh, none of my co-founders are a young woman with long black hair. I'm like, I want it to be true, and that sounds fun. It's like such a fun story, right? And then later, months later, Allison Hartson runs, right? And I'm like, maybe Allison. And I show her the picture. She's like, no, that's not her, okay? You could probably see where this is going, but at some point, I show many months later, I show a picture of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to my mom, and she goes, "Oh my God, that's the girl from the dream. Who is she?"
Think about it.
All right, and yet you still say that bird poop doesn't mean anything. That's the kind of skeptic we have here.
Okay, are we?
She has salt veins.
Are we done? Yeah, we gotta go. People want to go home.
Okay, there are miracles in life. Okay, I'm just saying. I'm not the only one. Marianne agrees. Okay, we love you. We'll see you tomorrow.
That's all. Take the dog home.
Animals are innocent.
You know what? This is how I believe, okay? I'm from the old school.
This man had evil veins.
It's very rare in this day and age to find something new on TV. We found television's best kept secret on public access. On Channel 33, he's just an actor, an extra. He had an idea, a talk show. He rates women, the 5 years, takes callers. Who don't know? You got a question? He's got an answer.
Welcome to live coverage of World War III. I'm your host. Who cares? You're gonna die.
Drink up.
We got J.R. Jackson on the show, Brett Ehrlich on the show, and new to the old school telecast, Nando Vila. Welcome.
Very excited to be here on the final old school ever, because this building is going to go up in flames any second now when the Ayatollah Khomeini orders his airstrike to take us out. It's going to be
This
great.
is your premiere.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, very
I
excited.
I've heard that you've been on this before.
No,
Man,
never
I'm
been on.
honored.
Yeah.
He's got an upcoming episode of Happy Half Hour. Should that occur?
Should we survive the night?
should fortune be so kind as to bless us with an additional week of program? Oh my God, it is so crazy. But we were talking before the show began. What should we talk about? Yeah. And JR, you were just like,
no, I just got back Sunday night, Monday morning from Louisiana. My flight literally landed at 12:45 a.m. Back in LA, and I was like, okay, I've had about a week off, officially like 2 days of actual work off, but like 5 days away. I'm recharged. I can go back to listening to politicians lie. It's awesome. It's cool. I'm ready. And I came and I'm only gonna get like 3 hours of sleep tonight, but that's cool too. And I was rolling well. I went home yesterday talking to my wife, and she's like, "How you feeling? You tired?" I was like, "No, I don't really feel that tired. I'm amazed." This has depleted me. Watching this for the past few hours since everything started with Iran's response attack, it's just been constant. And I'm like, now I feel tired. It's just draining.
Yeah.
So that's where we've been. So therefore, I don't know what I poured, but this is whiskey.
Smells
or something.
good.
Yeah.
Good
we're
for
gonna
you.
have to make sure you have some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is sparkling water.
We're gonna replace that soon.
Full disclosure, I did a shot of High West. It's not Rendezvous, it's like Prairie Rye. And now I'm drinking green tea.
Recovery.
To get back all my whatever, eliminate the free radicals. It was like a very off-brand, hey, it's a super green tea, eliminates your free radicals. I don't know what a free radical is, but
that's
now
what
I'm
it really
against
said? It really said that was like the selling point?
Yeah.
What's an antioxidant? What's an oxidant?
We were just mentioned that during the show.
Really?
An oxidant.
We were talking in the
I don't know
control
what
room
they
about
are.
white privilege. It's it's not white privilege, but I know it's tough for black people. And it was well, I know what one side of the coin's called. What's the other? I know what oxidants are. What are the other things? But yeah, I don't know what any of that is. I don't know what an oxidant is. I'm sure when you oxidize a nail, it rusts.
Yeah, that doesn't
I'm
sound good.
sure it comes from that.
Yeah.
It's funny, I was just texting with a friend about Iran, and his family does pharmaceutical things. And a lot of it's that. A lot of it's just say what the problem,
So they're the ones who just raise the costs on pharmaceutical drugs?
Oh no, sorry, cosmeceuticals, the things that you see at the end of it, it says this is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease, that kind of stuff.
It's kind of like how halitosis, the disease of bad breath, was invented by mouthwash companies. Yeah, it wasn't a thing until mouthwash.
Well, you mean it wasn't named?
It wasn't named. Yeah, bad breath obviously exists, but halitosis makes it sound like some sort of disease. And it's just you just got bad breath. I don't know.
Experienced someone with halitosis? It is a disease.
Yeah, but it's the Listerine. Big Listerine or something. Big scope.
Big scope's really giving it to us.
That scope lobby in Washington is very powerful.
But yeah, this dynamic of this conversation is kind of how I feel when it about the impending war, or at least flare-ups in Iran. It's that happened.
Yeah.
But on the show today, we covered it, but we had other things to get to. So whenever something developed, we mentioned it. But what do you do?
I was sorry.
Go ahead.
Continue. I was watching that when one in each ear. I had us on in one ear, and then I'd flip back and have the continuing coverage in my other ear. And every time I looked back at us, I'm like, oh my God, we're talking about Trump Jr. The world is exploding right now. But and then so I mean, I was taking it from that perspective of saying like we can't dedicate the entire show to the same thing that's developing. It's not like we have what these other networks were doing. They had someone over near Iran, then they had someone else over in DC and someone else in New York, and then this panel of people to talk about it. If we had that, yeah, we'd continue on and have more to say. But as it's continuing, it's just Cenk and Anna, and they'd be talking about that. So it was a little bit limiting for us. So I get that. But I don't know if people were frustrated by that or liked that we weren't only on that. So I guess we'll probably see because the tweets definitely come in.
We should have just like, here's Emma in New York. She's like, yeah, I'm watching the same feeds you are.
I'm scanning Twitter just like the rest of us.
Seems pretty bad. The Guardian had it up first. It was just a line. It was the best today. Like Bart's in the control room, like he points at the screen. So this happened. And I get up and I'm like, oh fuck.
But we're all older here, you know. Like we're all what, like in our 30s, 40s.
Yeah, I'm 36.
You know, we all remember, you know, 2002.
I'm 37. I totally lied.
Forgot. Yeah.
This is about
I'm so old. I forget how fucking old I am.
It is. It's getting worse. That's why you start drinking green tea at 6 p.m.
Moisturize as I do shots. I'm taking a leave for a sore wrist.
But yeah, we all remember. We all remember 2002, the run up to Iraq. This feels so different. This feels like no one has their heart in it anymore. Like not even like the insane right wingers who are like pushing us into this. They're like kind of going through the motions. Like Lindsey Graham's on Hannity going like, this is an act of war from Iran, but like he doesn't have the same libidinal thrust that I felt during the Iraq war run-up, in which like everyone was on board except for the Dixie Chicks, and they got executed. And they were literally the only people in America that were against the Iraq war.
Yeah.
Every single other person was for it. Everyone was like really excited about it. There was a real kind of thrust to the whole thing. This time we're just kind of limping into war with Iran, and everyone's like, yeah, I mean, we gotta kill those guys. They're like the bad guys.
No, it's like this. Like when you're a kid, when you're like 20, whatever. Basically, the country is like that 65-year-old who is about to have another kid.
Yeah.
With like his third wife. It's like the first time the kid comes, you're freaked out. You're like, oh my God, this is a big decision. I'm not sure I want to do it. I want to make sure I do all the right things. I got it all set up. I got this, I got that. I want to make sure I got enough of it. It's fine. We got a plan. And you realize you were never ready in the first place.
Yeah.
And then you get divorced and you have another kid, you're like 45, and that's fine. And the thing is, like, this one, it's like, fuck it, I don't even need to make up a reason. I'm old, I got enough money.
The difference is that this time the kid fights back, you know, like that when you have a kid, he's not gonna like pull a gun on you and shoot you right in the face. Or do they do that? I don't have any kids, but
like that, but that's it. That's it with Trump, the whole thing. It's like with the Zelensky call. Like, there's corruption, right? There's been so much corruption forever. There's been corruption, but no one has been so fucking stupid as to get on the phone and say, hey buddy, I'm gonna withhold all this money for a personal favor. Yeah. And get on the phone and go like, Joe Biden and his son, I want you to investigate him. Then say, I want you to do us a favor though. We didn't have that proof, and one time we did, the guy resigned before anyone like even officially impeached the guy. No one has been that brazenly, I wanna say like confident, but it really is the kind of confidence that you have because you're so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
And then with people like, let's invade Iran. I don't care. We made that country up after World War I. Like the Ottomans were gone and the French were like, I want this port, you want that port. These people don't really go together, but just draw a straight line. Look at the border of Iraq, it's a straight line. Where does that exist? It exists after the Turks, the Ottoman Empire disappears and you just want to draw a fucking line because you want oil. And then and Iran had done such a good job of keeping Iraq kind of weak. And that was it. And we invaded them, whatever. And it did take like a week and a half and then it was a nightmare. But no one was stupid enough to get in a war with Iran.
Yeah, you know,
since
would,
the 300.
We would get our, like the United States would get their ass kicked by Iran. Like they know, like this, like it's not like it would be like this like long stalemate, like kind of like Vietnam or whatever, in which they'd bleed us out. It would like Iran would absolutely kick the United States' military's ass. I mean, the United States military actually knows this. In 2002, there was something called the Millennium Challenge. If you guys are at home, Google it, look at the Wikipedia of Millennium Challenge in 2002. This was the most expensive US military war game ever done. It was $250 million. It was basically a simulation of a war against Iran. They made two teams, red team, blue team. Blue team was America, Iran was red team. And they brought back some old general out of retirement to lead the red team. Blue team sent him an ultimatum, said surrender in 24 hours or we're gonna destroy you, whatever, blah, blah, blah. The guy launched a preemptive attack, sank the entire US Navy in the Persian Gulf in the first day.
Jesus.
Because the US ships were too big and lumbering to actually deal with these like small, fast maneuverable ships. And he basically destroyed blue team. They then were like, oh shit, we lost the war game, but we spent all this money on it. So then they started over, they hit the reset button. They rejiggered all the rules to ensure a blue team victory. But I mean, which is cheating. I mean, it doesn't exist in real life. Right. And the red team general was so mad that they fixed all the rules so that he would lose, that he went and talked to the press about it, which is why we know about it. But it's amazing. Wow. It's an amazing story. It actually happened, and it only has gotten worse since then, because I don't know. Like it's just like I was gonna say that I have this like a Star Wars take. Like in the original Star Wars, spoiler alert, we're the Empire. I mean, George Lucas was, was like horrified of the Vietnam War and America's sort of drift toward fascism, and he made Star Wars as a sort of like anti-fascist parable in which the United States was the Empire, this big, powerful military power that had these big guns and these big warships and all that stuff, and they lost to a band of plucky resistance guys, which kind of like the Viet Cong in Vietnam, and because that's what happens when you have these big, giant, massive weapons. You rely on them, and you can get outmaneuvered by these small, crafty guys who have a lot more heart into it. That they really care about what they're fighting for. Those guys usually win wars.
Yeah, not to mention like what is the end game with Iran? Like, what are you doing? What do you think is going to happen? Like at the time, I mean, you can argue against Obama because in the end of the Obama administration, he kind of did a bucket list where he was like, I want to visit Hiroshima and I want to make some apologies, but I also want to like sign a thing with Iran. I want to do all that stuff. The one thing he wasn't stupid enough to do was go to North Korea and give Kim Jong-un like essentially like a sick demo reel of times he hung out with the US prezi before telling him to go fuck himself. That's what Trump did. But you can say, okay, we had a lot of pressure on the Iranian government from resistance within the country to be less of a hardline theocracy, fine. And I'm mad that Obama signed a deal. You can be mad about that. I don't agree with it. I'm happy with a non-nuclearized Iran in 2016. I'm not happy with a nuclearizing Iran in 2020. But you can be mad. But for Trump to then go and start all this is fucking insane. What does he want?
Well, this is the thing, and I feel like I blame this all the time. But Trump is like an embodiment of social media and 14-year-olds. So back in the day, of course, there was rogue actors. There was huge empires that would attack people, as you broke down with Vietnam and everything. There's things we do that are off the record and things don't get exposed as much. But now we see it all. Even W, when he started Iraq in 2003, that was 2003. We were not holding smartphones. We were not tweeting. We were not Instagramming. We were not on Snapchat. We were not on, what's the new one now? TikTok.
Run by the Chinese government. It's great.
We weren't on all this.
Go rock.
I give the Russians my face with age tune or whatever.
Yeah, we weren't doing all this. But with the advent of all this stuff, we got people that want to be seen more. Trump is the embodiment of the direction that our politicians have gone, but also the need to be seen. He's this celebrity president who came in and now he has to be seen all the time. Oh man, now I gotta back it up because I tweeted about that. Now I gotta do something. Before, if you maybe said something behind closed doors as a president or even any other powerful figure in America, maybe everybody didn't see and hear it. And you can go, yeah, I'm gonna reel back from that because I only told a few people and everybody in the country didn't hear me say these boisterous things. So now he's this figure who has to do something every time he said it because that's just the way it is. Remember the Tide Pod challenge?
Yeah.
Kids kept sticking Tide Pods in their mouths.
This is like the Soleimani strike was kind of like an eating Tide Pod.
Bro, I'm telling you. So I remember I was 14 years old and I had friends that when we were hanging out doing nothing because it was 1994, and one had
I can't wait for this.
Yeah, what did 14?
We didn't have the technology for Tide Pods at the time.
No, for real.
We just drank detergent straight out of the bottle.
Kids did stupid things, right? So everyone knew about, you take an aerosol can, put a flame to it, and blow. Now you got a flame, right?
I did that too.
You did it, but what you didn't do was put it on Twitter or Instagram so that a million people in the country be like, man, you see that idiot Nando shoot that fire out of that thing? So everyone knew about this trick, but
if you
everyone
wanted to
didn't
get
see
out
it
of
at the
America's
same time.
funniest home videos, you got an old camcorder, with the little time code on the bottom, and then you got and Bob Saget was like, look at these crazy kids.
And half of those videos are from like 15 years before that.
I know. So now everyone's throwing Tide Pods in their face when it should have just been 20 kids who died of it. Instead, it was like all these other kids at the point where they're gonna put Tide Pods in the glass section at your local grocery store instead. So there's this explosion of idiocy, and Trump is that. He's the Tide Pod balls that everyone is seeing when before, in Nixon's day, it was just a hairspray with a flame.
Let's go back to those, the good old days where you're just doing flamethrowers, jiggering a flamethrower at your house.
It doesn't spread, excuse the pun, like wildfire the way it does now. Before it was kind of isolated, now it's everywhere.
That's funny.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
You guys curious about Trump's tweet about 10 minutes ago?
Oh yeah, what is it? What did he say?
This is what he said. He says, all is well. Missiles launched from Iran at 2 military bases located in Iraq. Assessment of casualties and damages taking place now. So far, so good. We have the most powerful and well-equipped military anywhere in the world by far. I will be making a statement tomorrow morning. All is well.
Anywhere in the world by far.
All is well.
Hashtag so far, so good.
So far, so good is the best.
I remember at the end of Jurassic Park when they almost get eaten by 2 velociraptors and a T-Rex and the Jurassic Park logo falls down
perfectly,
over everyone. That's Trump's tweet right there. Is so far so good.
Yeah, as the empire crumbles all around him.
As the top of the Titanic falls off and that guy falls off and gets whacked by the propeller. Another sign from the ballroom just says so far so good.
Did you guys hear about how this is probably what happened? So they were gonna have an announcement tonight or an address from the president, and they were probably putting something together, and something either fell apart or they decided not to, but he wasn't gonna do it. They walked in, when the national security advisors walked in, Pompeo, Mark Esper all walked in. I think it was Esper, they said he had a large bag. What was in that large bag?
His go bag, dude. Rad tabs.
It was something to convince him either let's calm down.
It was like one of those dioramas or something, like what you do in school where it's these are the baddies, and these are the goodies.
It was a puppet show.
Yeah, it was some sort of
It was just all cyanide for everyone in the cabinet.
Yeah.
Dude, here you go.
So whatever it is that they told him, it had something, it was something that convinced him to go, all is well right now, let's be quiet. Because what else I said earlier was, the problem with being a chicken hawk and a big talker, and what many Republicans were saying in the lead up to this was, Trump's a strong, tough guy, and he's gonna tell you how it is.
Oh, yeah.
The problem with being that guy and promising, if they dare do this, is you either have to do it or don't. And if you don't, enough people say, what's up, chump? And that's what he's worried about. And this is him being the chump, but he can't say, I'm the chump. He has to go, everything is fine. I'm still the head of the strongest military in the world. He has to say all that to save face, because what he's doing is, okay, guys, I'm gonna stop now.
Yeah.
Trump is Bogey Lowenstein from 10 Things I Hate About You. He's the guy that throws the party and everyone shows up and he's like, guys, we're cool, right? And then it goes to shit because no one cared about you. You're just the rich guy. And you think everyone thinks you're cool, but it totally backfires because no one likes you. I don't know.
The thing that drives me crazy though is that, Iran has been basically the boogeyman of the American national security and foreign policy establishment for 40 years, right? I mean, Iran is the big bad. They're the ones that they get the most hard about thinking destroying. Like, Iraq, that was like, we don't like those guys, but they used to be all right. Like Iran, those are the big bad because Iran kicked our ass. Has basically every time we've interacted with them, they bombed the Marine barracks in Lebanon in the early 1980s. They foiled the rescue of the hostages. Iran is like the national security establishment's wet dream.
The only one we won was Argo.
Right. Yeah, I watched the movie. Yeah, that actually happened. So like Trump is the perfect opportunity for them because they have all the pieces. Like Trump hasn't done anything worse right now because he's so lazy and he can't be bothered to like pay attention to something for more than like a day. But the Iran thing was being built for 40 years. All they had to do was get someone to just say yes. Like when Obama signed the Iran nuclear deal, that's why they were so pissed. Everyone went apoplectic. Right-wingers, liberals, everyone in the sort of foreign policy establishment went apoplectic when Obama signed the Iran nuclear deal. You saw op-eds in the Atlantic, in the Washington Post, and all the most awful people in the world. These like DC psychopaths saying that this was like the biggest crime anyone had ever committed. So like Iran was the target forever, and all they needed was someone to be stupid enough to say yes, and Trump did.
And it was
they found him, and they knew that.
They knew that. That's why they've been biding their time. I'm like these leaks that you're seeing to the New York Times now, where it's like the generals are like, well, we presented a menu of options, and we presented the Soleimani strike as the sort of like insane option that we didn't think he would say.
That's a spicy dish with like a volcano next to it.
Bullshit. I hate it. It's like you're covering your ass for any blowback or anything that goes wrong. But you secretly wanted him to pick the Soleimani option. You did. You've been wanting to for 40 years. It drives me crazy. I hate these people so much.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we must draw to a close on this episode of Old School. Nando's first, big, and always comes with a history, doesn't he?
Yeah, there was many things I learned.
Well, Millennium Challenge. I thought that was the Tide Pod thing. Anyways, thanks for watching. Google it, and we'll see you next time on Old School.